Is Mike going megabytes? I thought you meant am I going crazy? Well, Megabase and crazy also might be synonyms in this case. I don't know. All I know is I'm not quite ready yet to jump in yet another new crazy challenge. So we're just gonna see where this one goes. It feels no, it is complete. We did go to the solar system edge, but you know, it's not really complete. As there is like one science pack clearly missing, right? We did all the other 11 science packs, including Glabber. It's just not being delivered when we are researching on Glabben technologies. All of the other 11 we did, and we never made Prometheium science. And I have to admit, I have never made a Prometheium science pack in my life. At least not in an honest way, not in a real playthrough. Of course, I explored the mechanics when doing the cursed belt weaving video, but that is as close as I've ever gotten to doing something with Prometheium science. And even there, I didn't do any Prometheium science. I just stored asteroids on the belt and called it good, right? So yeah. Are you still gonna play That World times 1000? That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question. So I kind of came back from the statement that it is impossible to do this on That World. I did some more mathematics and spreadsheeting and routing and whatnot. And they're actually saying on the right seed it might be doable to pull off That World with keeping your hands clean at the same time. Maybe not the other challenges with no fish and no base defense, but keeping your hands clean and 1000 times science cost on pure That World settings does seem possible, but and there's the thing, it also seems very much not fun, right? I mean, this playthrough was fun, I suppose. At least from some side, at least there was progress. We were, except for the great combat opening, we were making progress every time. That World is just gonna involve like even more cheesy strategies which are not very fun, and a very reduced amount of mining resources. The rate at which we can mine resources on That World is abysmal. Like for instance, we were doing like 3 belts of resources to do red signs at 900 SPM in the early game here. I think for That World we cannot even get these 3 furnace stacks running at all times, and we will have to divide those resources over red, green and blue signs. So it is just going to be a whole lot of waiting around, and meanwhile hoping that Biter expansion doesn't screw us over in the meantime. There are ways around that, but what I'm gonna say is I might play it in the future, but I don't really want to go through an even more extreme early game grind than we've been doing so far. So I'm gonna hold off on that for now. First I want to theorize more if it's actually as possible as I think it is, or if there might be some other roadblocks down the road. And it also requires, especially in the early game, it will require very precise gameplay, and I am quite horrible at precise gameplay when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming I can focus, but when I'm streaming I just get sidetracked and I just lose time left and right, and we cannot really afford that on That World. Also you need the right seed, and you need a decent amount of luck, I think, which means basically more reloads or more replays or re-rolls or whatever. So I'm not really sure it's worth the effort just yet. Yeah, I think I'll keep it at that for now, for the That World stuff. Oh, thanks Conrad. I'm already old enough, or I've been doing this for long enough to be considered somebody's childhood. I feel old now, man. Holy smokes. I am coming up on the ultimate age. Yeah, there's also some other things I want to try, and I might as well try them in the actual run. We might go Megabase on this one. It could be fun. I'm not sure how fun it would be to like unlock the rest of the tech, or how much it would be. Maybe we could aim to complete the tech tree, less all the infinite technologies. We can figure out how much science that would be and how long it would take. It would be pretty hard to set up a higher SPM rate than we currently have, as we will need to increase science production of all science packs on all planets to achieve that. The only shortcut there is the research productivity, which requires that Prometheium science pack, as well as a double dose of biolabs, because it's the only 122nd technology in the game, which is kind of annoying. You know, if I prepared for this, I never prepared for this game to go beyond the point where we're at right now, going to the solar system edge. So I didn't even care about the Prometheium science pack, the research productivity stuff, because it would never come up anyway. Ah, the sky block. Oh, nice. Yeah, I did 9x12, the 9x12 map. I think it was about 70 hours. Of course, that was with a lot of speeding up of gameplay. Oh yeah, also one of the things I want to do is doing that before they yeet it out of existence. Oh, look at that fast inserter. We have to be here for that, man. Seconds to completion. Of course, it was mostly researched already. Yeah. Alright. So looks like we're gonna have to prepare a technology which we can actually do. We might need to get agricultural science down to Novice again to continue the next research. I don't even know what we're gonna research yet. We should look into that. Mech armor followed by fast inserter, yeah. Mech armor should be a prerequisite for fast inserters, man. Those inserters are way too powerful to be let loose that early in the game. I mean, you don't even need them to beat the game on 1000 science cost, so they're clearly OP. A 9x9 map is possible because quality accumulators can store enough power to power a rocket with green modules. Wouldn't you still need space to also place the accumulator next to the 9x9 silo? It would be 11x9 then. 11x9 already was possible. It was just such an order of magnitude more tedious than 12x9 that I decided to go with 12x9 format. 11x9 already was possible. You could do the same trick with non-quality accumulators, and you need to combine. This is actually pretty interesting for me, at least. So it wouldn't work if you did this, right? You have an 11x9 map. Let's visualize. This was the 12x9 map. This was the entire map, right? On that challenge. And we power this with like a solar panel. We put efficiency modules inside. You don't have any quality stuff. So what was the trick? The trick to getting a rocket silo to complete, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I think you are supposed to power up the accumulators with a solar panel, and then once they're full, you place down this guy with efficiency modules. But not just efficiency modules. You can see we are at minus 80%. power consumption, but it's still too many rocket parts. What we need to do is you need to put in one productivity module. Now we're at minus 10% instead of minus 80%, so that's no good, which means you need not a higher quality, but you need the Mark II efficiency modules. Maybe Mark III. And a Mark II productivity module. It was something like that. Ah, no, it was not productivity, it was speed. I forgot about that. Speed. Alright, so now you can see the rocket silo is 50% faster thanks to the speed module, but it's still running at minus 80% power consumption. Although now it runs at that same power consumption at 1.5 times the speed, which means now the stored energy in basic accumulators is enough to make all the 100 rocket parts you need to get off of the planet. And of course you have to do that inventory stacking on the ground like we did. So it would be possible to do it on 11 by 9 already in the base game. But since 11 by 9 for the rest of the game is very annoying and asymmetrical because it only fits 3 assemblers instead of 4 next to each other. Whereas, of course, 12 by 9 does fit 4 assemblers, 4 mining drills, so it's a lot more fun to play. Quote unquote fun to play 12 by 9 than it is to play 11 by 9. But it is possible to launch a rocket. Alright, sidetrack 1 complete. I forgot to do the bingo stuff. Bingo. Give me 1 second while I pin all the stuff. Pin. And copy it on the YouTube site. Yeah, there's going to be more edits from the 1000 times series. The next episode I just finished it. It went on Patreon yesterday. It's a big one. It's like, I forgot exactly, somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes. I think towards the higher end. All about space platforms in one video. The space platform special. It's going to come out on YouTube upcoming Friday. I'm going to finish the edit. I'm not going to abandon that project. This was the best playthrough of my life, man. Of course I'm going to make it into an edit. You don't need a landing pad. Okay, we're not gonna get sidetracked again, but I remember some saves. We're gonna get sidetracked again. No landing pad is the best landing pad. If you weren't here for this, prepare to have your mind blown. This is gonna be dumb. Even for my standards. Alright, so what is this? This is a pipe grid in the middle. Now we're forcing capsules to just land around the pipe grid. They want to land in the center, but it's obstructed. So if we just play this, you can see all of these landing pads are just landing over here, where these inserters can access them. You don't need to exclude the center like this. But this just makes it so you can have a bigger area to grab stuff with inserters out of there, and you really can get a lot of iron production going like this. I forgot exactly how much. It was like hundreds of thousands of iron per minute. This was one of the alternatives I had in mind for the landing pad stuff. But in the end, this turns out to be too laggy, and it's fine when you're doing one type of resource. But it kinda sucks when you're doing like multiple things, because you have to then organize everything together or use bots or whatever to sort everything out. Also, you cannot regulate the amounts. You just have to force everything down from all platforms by doing this. Basically setting the upper bound to 0, so it force launches the iron down to Norvis. So yeah, that's pretty stupid, but Landing pad is not technically required. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's go back to the game. We'll reload the actual save. I think I'll load this one. This was not the one we actually flew back on stream. I flew back one off stream as well. And I saved a little bit earlier because we need time to restart the Gleben signs. And we only have half an hour of time. Also, we ended up with a very nice 369 space platforms remaining on this one. It's kind of a little bit of a mistake to fly to the Solar System Edge in person, especially with my extra armor on board, which I would have gotten destroyed for no reason, because anyway you cannot get out of the spaceship, not even at the Solar System Edge. So why am I even bringing this? I don't know. Let's launch it back down. And just let's look at the stats. We brought 20,000 space platforms. We have 400 remaining. Walls, 1,000 out of the 20,000. We've got 300 repair packs spent. We lost about 155 laser turrets. But all of the other parts have been untouched. So only the parts which we planned to lose actually have gotten destroyed. None of the asteroid collectors or inserters, belts, pipe systems. None of that has gotten obliterated. I guess this ship can now live around Novi's orbit for the rest of time. Let's drop down to Novi's. Yeah, the capsules despawn when empty. They just fall over and despawn. How does this work again? I'm in my actual base. It's looking very empty here. Look at all these swaths of empty land. I guess the first thing we do is repair the effing damage on that effing Johnny silo. So I gotta bait him. And then have him shoot me. Okay, looks like some worms have switched target. Come on. Alright. We got that was not the last time we need to do that, was it? Right. Mech armor arriving in 26 minutes, so we've got our work cut out for us. Oh, thanks by the way, Sheep and Kernchen for the subscriptions. Hey, both coming up on a nice anniversary, I see. Sorry I missed that at the beginning. Right, so what do we even want to research after this? I guess Fast and Surder. I guess no, let's still hold off on Fast and Surder. We have one more science pack to complete before we allow ourselves Fast and Surders, I think. Let's complete the 1800 SPM physical megabase of all 12 science packs without Fast and Surders. So we probably need a railgun, don't we? I mean, we gotta destroy those Prometheium huge asteroids, which we're not gonna do with lasers for sure, or with anything else. Let's do million of all. I know it doesn't use production signs, but we do need all the interplanetary ones for that one, including Gleba and cryogenic. So that probably has to come next if we want to go Prometheium signs. 2 million signs. Circuit network is going to go together with Fast Inserters. We're going to also try to beat Prometheium signs without using circuit network, just like we've been doing for the rest of the game. What let's just look what actually is there to research. I mean, This is the first point in the game where we are actually free. We are free from the tyranny of having to build the next science pack, or science will implode. I guess we still have some upkeep to do, but in general, I think we have finally gotten to the point of the game, 540 hours in, that we are no longer being this is the first time we're going to be limited by the science space. Believe it or not. Let's just go through all the text, just see what there is. Of course, we can unlock legendary quality now, which also requires epic quality. There's no other prereqs. Mere 10 million signs and it can be ours. Small problem, my base, I was never planning to research this. I have just set up all the systems and inserters and whatever to deal with rare quality only. So the moment I unlock epic quality, stuff will clog up across the universe. So we'll have to prepare that well. I do want to build one of those space platform casinos while I still can. I said earlier I don't really want to use that, and maybe I won't use the resources from it. Depends on how powerful it actually turns out to be. But it looks like a fun project to do at least once, and I have heard rumors that it's gonna get yeeted, the space casino, in the 2.1 update, which should come at some point. So at that point you will no longer be able to put quality modules in the recipe that provides that does the reprocessing stuff. So yeah, the one where you turn one asteroid into some other asteroid. At the moment you can put quality modules in there, so you can put a carbonic chunk in and you get an asteroid back 80% of the time, and then you have the quality chance of your modules percent that it will be the next quality. And if it isn't, you just recycle it again and again and again. And eventually you should be able to, I guess with an 80% return rate, this is going to be quite powerful. Since you're losing the asteroid only 20% of the time. So you get like 5 chances on every asteroid to roll quality. Okay, I can see why this is going to get nerfed. That is going to get real powerful real quick. Yeah, I want to mess around with that at some point before it is yeeted. I don't know, maybe we'll use it. I guess we need every advantage we can get if we want to get over the hump of infinite technologies. Alright, so there's quality. Let's just go. We get some personal armor buffs, which we don't need. Okay, we got the stack inserter, the bulk inserter. I guess we're gonna unlock that later. As well as the transport belt stacking. Military tax, military tax, military tax. We don't need any of those. Inserter capacity bonus probably will mess me up as well. This level, to get +1 capacity for my standard inserters. It's probably gonna break some stuff here and there. I know I did a lot of systems where I am relying on inserter speed to distribute things in a certain way. That's gonna get broken once we get inserter stack speed. Railgun, shooting speed and damage is probably not needed. I guess we can get, I think if we get 3 levels of damage upgrade, let's put the railgun damage there. Okay, that would be 7 million signs. Now you can one-shot the Prometheium asteroids, if I remember correctly. You need 3 levels of damage upgrades to do that. Maybe it was 2. But you get 40% per level. Maybe it was 2. So we could consider that, especially if it's 2 levels, it's only 3 million. This is all infinite technologies, which probably are not going to be that useful to us. Yeah, save some resources for rocket part productivity for 3 million signs. It's going to take a long time to earn itself back. This one is probably the one we're going to be gunning for. That is going to directly increase our SPM. And it goes up in cost quite manageable. We did most of the tech tree, it appears. We got captive biter spawners. I suppose we could do those to better automate Prometheium signs. That is something we might want before actually making Prometheium signs. Foundations, too late. We don't need those anymore. We solved our way out of that. Portable fusion reactor. Ooh, shiny toys. I guess with the Mech armor we might as well unlock some new toys as well. How much better is this thing? 2.5 megawatts, 750 kilowatts. Okay, it's a lot better, isn't it? So now we got a rare one at 1.2 megawatts. A rare one here is 4 megawatts. So it's basically over 3 fission reactors in a single fusion reactor. So doesn't seem too hard. But yeah, let's just keep it in there. Railgun is required for Prometheium signs, unless no. There's no way we can do a laser ship to the solar system edge as we've been flying there already, and then just use a very long belt system at the end to store Prometheium asteroid as in the cursed belt weaving video. I think that would get too tedious even for this challenge though. To make that happen at a 1800 signs per minute rate, you would need like a lot of ships doing that. Also probably would be horrible for UPS. And we gotta start caring about UPS if we go forward. Rail support foundations, yeah, no. We don't need those either. Mech armor, we got that. Tesla weapons, we are not fighting anyone as far as I know. Oh, we can get the Mark II Roboport. Again, better toys. Yeah, it should be trivial to make those. And that would up the construction power of our armor severely. I guess we should get all of the upgrades or none of them. I think they synergize well together. And then the battery Mark III is 2.5 battery Mark II in a single package, so that would synergize well as well. I guess quality module 3 would be nice for the space casinos. Lightning collectors, we're done with building on Volgora, so that's not needed. Ooh, Spidertrons. I forgot those existed. Almost. I relied on them so heavy in the Ultimate Death World challenge, and I haven't used them since. Still need fish to make him, for the brains, bend the fish. Overgrowth soil, atomic bomb. I guess we can complete the non-infinite levels of worker bot speed and carry capacity. Nothing is really important anymore, is it? Except for Railgun to make Prometheium signs, maybe captive biter spawner, and maybe some personal upgrades. So then we gotta choose an order, basically. I mean, these are the tiniest technologies, 500k, 750 and 1 million. Whereas these are 2 million and 3 million each. So maybe we can hold off on doing Gleben signs by first researching personal battery and personal Roboport Mark II before going back into Gleben tech. But switching is a little bit of a pain. Not too sure about the Spidertrons. What are they gonna do? Uranium ammo, damage upgrades. We already fought a behemoth demolisher with red ammo with damage 4 and shooting speed 4, so seems unnecessary. If we can defeat a 1 million health behemoth demolisher, which is basically like equivalent to 4 big ones stacked in one or something. Doesn't seem necessary to go beyond. More explosives, personal laser defense. Yeah, I guess we could do like world peace kind of strategies with Spidertrons, and actually make world peace. I don't really see that many technologies which we need. Alright, we'll go first for the personal upgrade, and then for the railgun and perhaps captive biter spawner. We still need to figure out how Prometheium science works anyway. We might not need captive biter spawners. We might just be able to, instead of building a need grid of biter bases, we can just use the naturally generated ones. I suppose the 2 damage upgrades for railgun are gonna be welcome. 2 or 3. Probably should look then if it's 2 or 3. Okay, so we can continue teching, that's alright. Because we don't need glab attack, so we don't need to arrange anything for the moment. Let's check out those railguns. They did 10k physical damage. We're gonna have regular quality ones, of course. Then the asteroids. They have 10k hit points. 3000 physical resistance. So 10k minus 3k is 7k. And then it was another 10%. So we do 6300 damage. We get a 40% damage bonus. So we need, yeah, looks like we need 2 upgrades to exceed 10k hit points. Oh, thanks DJ and Dyke. Jen Dyke. DJ and Dyke. Thanks for the €6. I'll try. Okay, 2 damage upgrades is not too bad. We can afford it. Right, so we don't need to take immediate action to bring Glabasines to Norvis. We can just keep destroying it. And the Glaban ship can just keep waiting for above Glaba, basically. Alright. I think actually there's one more tech we want. Oh, I did complete laser damage 7 already. Alright, so that we don't want more tech. That's fine, it can stay like this then. I wanted to have laser damage 7 to make the Aquilo ship a little bit more safe. Because this guy sometimes takes damage. Let's take a quick look at how all the planets are doing. We're gonna be consuming even less science. Which one is missing? Military science is missing. So military science we're gonna stop consuming for a while. I guess that's good. I suppose we have been using up a fair amount. No, we didn't. We still have 1.5 million in stock. Okay. Good. But we are gonna keep consuming EM science for a while. Wait, where is that? Did I already get that? The tool belt thing. The personal tool belt. Did I get that? Oh, I did get that. I haven't made one yet though. Are we still in that world? No, this is the regular one. Spelled armor wrong. I don't think so. Factorio is the dictionary of life and it spells armor without the U, so we are good there. Yeah, I'm not sure. At some point we'll have to do a complete rebuild again, I suppose, if we want to go bigger base than this. All of my builds are... I don't have any levels of productivity upgrades for anything except for the the standard early levels of mining productivity, 30% or something like that. But everything else is standard productivity. As soon as you research something like low density structure productivity, of course you don't actually need to rebuild, but the ratios will be different, right? The ratios will be the same, you just get more out of it, which means you can make more out of less resources, which basically means you probably want you need more inserters or more belt space or whatever. So that's going to throw off the ratios a little bit. Alright, so we're going to be tacking in the EM signs range for a little bit longer, which means I don't think we need to worry quite just yet about stuff like the Vulcanus resource situation. I think this backup coal patch hasn't moved an inch. Let's take a look at the Behemoth Demolisher Corps. So there's a small demolisher down here, then we got the medium one, we got the big one. These are the 3 standard sizes. And then we got the Behemoth. Doesn't really fit on screen in one go. That's still up there. Yeah, I think probably Vulcanus is the first planet which will run into resource issues to keep going at full speed, but that means that will only be true if we actually are researching Vulcan technology for a extended period of time. We'll see how that goes. I think for now, let's just worry about the mech armor, shall we? Alright, so what do we need for a mech armor? We need the actual power armor Mark II. We have those in rare quality already, 2 pieces, so that's good. I guess we're gonna make 2 mech armors as well. If I remember correctly, the inventory grid is not that much bigger. 12 by 14 compared to 12 by 12 for the power armor Mark II. So basically we're gonna get 1 extra line of batteries worth of space, which is not an insane amount. Of course, the real benefit is we are done with this stuff, right? We will no longer be blocked by stuff everywhere. We can just fly over everything. That is the real benefit of the mech armor. So it's still going to be worth it. We also need processing units, holmium plates, superconductors and supercapacitors. Basically everything of that is made on Fulgora, so I guess we're going there. I think we already have all 3 of these in rare quality laying around. The only thing we need to make is supercapacitors, which is more superconductors. And then some holmium plates, electronic circuits and batteries. Alright. Mech armor makes using the hand feeding setup harder. Oh, dang it. I guess we'll... we cannot quickly take it off or something. That is true. No longer can I align myself precisely between these assemblers with the mech armor. Will that finally mean the end of the hand feeding area? Who knows? It might be. I think if we are serious about going into the Megabase proportions, I mean, if we've been playing a basic game until now, right? It's just the first 540 hours of the game. You can easily hand feed your way out of any situation, but if we are going to go beyond this, we'll need like proper logistics networks amongst all planets so we can ship goods around on demand. A bit more efficiently. I've hand-feeded the entire playthrough. I've hand-feeded for 540 hours. Not only hand-feeding, of course, but stuff like making spaceships. I basically figure out which spaceship I want, and then I figure out what goes on the spaceship, and then I just collect the ingredients. I mostly did that because the rare ingredients are so expensive. All of this rare stuff is extremely expensive. I'm only able to afford having stuff like that because of I'm doing 1000 times science cost, so I'm processing 1000 times more resources and I'm getting 1000 times more rare plates than you would normally get in a playthrough, right? So I got some backups, but it's if you divide this by 1000, this is like half a stack, right? This is how much this would be in a normal playthrough. So, but even here, it was still pretty expensive to make everything. Okay, the steel chests are an anomaly. Don't look at those. But to make everything in rare quality was pretty intense. And you know, if I would just have like a chest of these laying around, and now I'm out of rare iron plates, then I can no longer use those rare iron plates to make like assemblers or something, which I happen to need at the moment. So I really did not want to create stashes of rare quality machinery and inserters and whatever just laying around, because I was gonna run out of stuff. So that's why we've been tailor making rare ingredients on demand so far. But I guess if we're gonna go Space Casino, we can automate everything, and everything can be legendary at some point. Alright. I'm supposedly I do have a spaceship. The bringer of Mike Hendon's. See if we've got these on board. What else did we need? Holmium plates, which we should have there. Superconductors for making. And these things. So we need electronic circuits. We have those. More stuff from Fulgora and batteries. Batteries. I remember I shipped all of my batteries from Fulgora to Novis. I have like 250? 300 or something. I guess I'd better bring some. How many do I need anyway? I mean, we cannot make anything else just yet. 50? Alright, that's nothing. 50 times 2. That's 100. We need 100 of those. Which means we need 100. Okay, we have the amount we need on Fulgora. Let's, in order to avoid having to run all the way back down to that island, we might just bring some. We have bots. I should, I know how to play this game. We have bots. Bots. Bring me some rare batteries. I don't know how many I have. Okay, we got about 3000. Let's look ahead. What do we need for those? Supercapacitors, okay, and more personal batteries. Which means we need more batteries to make personal batteries. These require regular personal roboports, which also require batteries. So maybe I'll just launch up these 2000 batteries to my personal spaceship. And just have them over there, instead of storing them on this planet. So for the rest we don't need anything else. We're just gonna grab the batteries and go. What about those carbon things? We got the fusion reactors as well. I guess that's Aquilo stuff. Also supercapacitors, but the rest we already were making. Oh no, we only made exactly enough quantum processors, so we'll have... That's all stuff we're gonna be automating, I suppose. Alright, we'll bring 2k. We'll bring 2k. Alright, we gotta wait. We gotta do this scenically. Okay, we got space. Can't believe I'm bringing batteries to Fulgora, but oh well. I've been doing weirder things this playthrough, that's for sure. Look at that automation. Incredible. You know, once we get the mech armor, we can finally start working on important stuff like filling this lake with fish. Because it's going to be a lot easier to fish empty the oceans when we can just hover over the water with the mech armor. And unfortunately, I'm going to be disallowed to bring anything. We're gonna have to go on the Johnny silo again. Next episode's coming out upcoming Friday. It is finished, I just uploaded it to Patreon yesterday. I always upload 1 week early there. And it's gonna be a long one, it's gonna be over half an hour. It's gonna be a little bit different than the usual episodes. It was a lot harder to make, which is why it took an extra week. Oh god, here we go again. This is how we ended the last episode, by the way. So here we go. PTSD. You can watch it from map view for once. Let's look at it from the Johnny's perspective. That's how they see it. Oh, they get to sleep quite quickly after doing that. Okay, my electricity pole survived. It's a rare one after all. It's got some extra HP. Alright, so we are off to Fulgora, I suppose. Should I still make saves? This is probably never gonna make it into the edit. I think I'm not gonna edit beyond. Or if I do, it's gonna be like a summary episode. And now it's a Megabase. Poof, I did some mining off cam. We're not making legendary because that is another 10 million research. So we're just gonna stick to rare at the moment. Alright, if it's fine with you to wait another 30 hours or so, we can wait making the mech armor until we can make a legendary one. Will that world continue? Yes, a good question. I think it's possible. I also think it's not going to be very fun. Not even to watch. It's basically gonna be mine like a belt and a half of resources for hundreds of hours straight to get the required tech to basically to get laser turrets. You just need to find a good map seed, and then it's basically the same step program, except you need to be a little bit faster, a little bit more efficient, and you're gonna have a lot less space. And you need to implement the Gleben anti-expansion strategy at some point instead of the force field we've been doing. But if you follow those steps, it's probably possible to get to laser turrets and bots if you secure enough resources in the early game, which is where the map seed finding comes in. And then it's just the same from that point on. After you can get more resources on Novice, everything else is going to be exactly the same as in the default settings run. So I'm not sure I want to do that. Still 8 minutes. There's not that much I can do. I guess we can make the... we have to make these superconductor thingies. Yeah, it's only 2 minutes. That's not too bad. I mean, we've been going for barely over half an hour. If you really think about it. Like 540 hours divided by 1000. That's like, what, 32 minutes? So world record speedrun of space age relative to science cost multiplier confirmed. I'm gonna count that. Alright, so let's bring those batteries down. Guess with productivity we can... this is not my ship. The armor. We'll start with 2 stacks of batteries. That's gonna make almost 400 of those things. So we're gonna need them for the batteries, but I think that it's probably gonna be enough. What else are supercapacitors used for? Not for much. It doesn't look like we're gonna need more of them. I do hope we have some productivity modules laying around still. I think this just was my inventory. I don't see any productivity modules. We do have some on here. Not marked trees, but I suppose it's fine. Does not really matter. We are no longer like optimizing like a maniac. We are good. We just play up to the point where Norvis is safe. Yeah, I was thinking about something like that. With a lot of speed up. I think the early game is quite essential, and then you can use speed up mod a lot, so maybe it won't take that long. Maybe we'll do it. I forgot I need more stuff. We need some of those blue chips and green chips as well. And holmium plates. Okay, we got some. That filled up quickly, dude. Way faster than this guy. I mean, of course, we spent these for the fusion reactor on board of the solar system edge ship. Those things cost a lot of superconductors, as well as the quantum processors, which cost more superconductors. But still. Alright, so I got those, and I got my batteries. I'm making superconductors over here. I have nothing. I don't have EM plants on Fulgora. What the heck is going on? Okay, we do have EM plants, alright. We do have EM plants. Okay, we don't need any quality or whatever. I could borrow... Nah. Let's not mess with science production. We're just gonna make straight up rare ones. We're gonna borrow some of the fluid. How many do we need? It's hard to say. We need 200 to make the armor. And 10 per battery. 24. We have 32 batteries now. So that would be another 320. If we go with a similar setup. Where are those things? And then portable fusion reactors use 25 per. That's not going to be more than 100 or so. That's 500 at maximum. Ah, we're gonna need more green chips then. So what's the ratio? 1 battery to 4 electronic chips, right? I already have 400 batteries, so I should get 1600 chips. I don't think I have enough superconductors yet. We got 600. Alright, then we'll do this amount. It is 2 superconductors. Two holmium plates. And then we need another stack of green chips, but we can get this started then. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we don't actually need quality chests, let's be real. Alright, batteries. Those things, and then those things we want 2 chests, I suppose. And then outcome these is gonna go pretty fast. Rare supercon. Alright. I should definitely borrow those Mark III productivities. Especially if it's gonna go this fast. Because it's pretty expensive stuff, especially these things are expensive for me at this point in time. We could try to force quality recycle some of these to get another stack. Well, that was timing. As the mech armor completed. Alright, so if we add 1 more stack of batteries, we need to add 4 stacks of those, and the 5 stacks of green chips we just brought over. 4 stacks plus the 1. Click. Let's make that mech armor and then we'll fly around for a bit. Oh, wait a sec. We need more of those. I guess we need... do we need this thing to make a mech armor? Oh, how is that thing made? Oh, you can handcraft one, but not a rare one. Alright. Mech armor, rare quality. I can lose all of my stuff here if I don't empty my grid first. Let's try that. Okay, we need more rare holmium plates. Superconductors 50. Supercapacitor 50. And then the armor. So if I do this, I will lose all of the stuff inside, right? Oh, that is excruciatingly slow. That's better. I will reload this though. I just want to see, does the inventory does not transfer. Alright. 541 hours to mech armor. So we do need to empty out our armor. Will I remember this? I guess I'll have to. Alright. Can barely pick up the 4 stacks of holmium we need without it. Okay, so let's speed it up a little bit. Don't even have a Mark III assembler on me, man. It's that bad. Alright, holmium. Blue chips. Stack of those. And half a stack of these. Then we can add the 2 armors, which are both empty. That'll make us our 2 mech armors. Let's go. Let's override the save here. Do we get any... We still don't have electric resistance, so we are still gonna die to the same 3 lightning strikes. Yeah, I wanna wear this one. And then I wanna wear this one to see what it does to my inventory. Okay, that's a lot of difference. 80 inventory size grid bonus compared to 48. These things are made to hand feed things with, man. Especially with that carbon fiber stuff. I forgot how it was, the other one. We had the Roboport thing. That's gonna take the most time by far. Let's use all of the reactors I got to try charge up this for a bit before doing the rest of the stuff. Alright, and then the other armor. Oh, I do remember, the mech armor only flies when it needs to fly, right? Yeah, how is this one gonna look? Oh, I guess we could make it faster. Okay, so I noticed this thing is 1.2 megawatts, which powers 6 legs. So technically, for these legs, you don't need any batteries. You just need 2 of those fusion reactor things. Let's just grab one. But we cannot really put more legs inside if we need 2 of these. We can put the batteries here, and if we add more, we will need batteries again. If we're gonna have batteries anyway, we might as well do this, put the batteries at the bottom. And then we'll make 4 more rare exoskeletons at home to be even faster. So okay, so that means our running armor is upgraded with 4 legs. That should be able to power us for quite a while. We could go solar panels, but I think the solar panels are kilowatts, man. This is megawatts. Okay, we are charging batteries here. I actually think we should probably go for more roboports in this armor, if anything. We'll try charging this one since it takes the longest. It actually needs the energy the most. This is not a bad setup. We need 2 legs in the middle again. Well, I guess for now we'll keep the fusion reactor. Right, we'll charge up 1 armor at a time. Alright, so we're gonna need 4 more roboports then. And 4 more legs. 2 more legs. Yeah, 2 more legs. And we actually will have a fusion reactor left over after this. A fission reactor left over. Okay, I got 359 of those. I guess that's alright for now. Let's put those back in science. And we'll have to come back here once we got more superconductors again. But I think these supercapacitors are gonna last us a while. Yeah, let's just leave that here. That looks funny. I'm gonna take all of these. Right, now we can finally... Look at that! I forgot to celebrate. Hello! Here we are. Where's my rare mark? I suppose you don't see it on the player itself. Now we can actually fly off the cliff. Nice. No longer shall we be bothered by annoying stuff like terrain, machines, abandoned buildings. We can go home. I do wish there was a way to make this guy fly all the time, like a toggle or something. Maybe there's a mod for that. Is there a mod for that? Let me know if there's a mod for that. I will install it. Like a toggle to permanently fly. Like this, but also when you're on the ground. Basically. Alright. I guess we'll have to redo this. I'll just have to insert my equipment for now. So I don't need to carry it. I'm gonna leave my inventory. I should leave it. Okay, this quick swap trick still works. Whoa, okay. Let's make sure I don't leave any stuff behind, which I need to take. I'm gonna go through this one by one. Okay, we want to take all of this, the armor. Yeah, right. Looks like we're good. Better to research Spidertron. I forgot to look. What is this thing made of? Just red chips and carbon fiber. 10 inventory bonus or 16. We might pay a visit to Gleba. Yeah, there are only yellow and red inserters. Keeps things simple, doesn't it? Alright, I think then we're ready to just leave as well. I think the extra lag speed is additive though, so every next lag gives you a percentually smaller boost. I'm not sure how much faster we're actually going to be. I guess we can test that. Yeah, let's go to Gleba. I think we don't really have a purpose this stream. We are just gonna relax and fly around a bit, make our armor stuff and not do a whole lot of productive things. We've been doing 540 hours of productive things. It's time to sit back and relax and watch the base do its thing. It's only an hour or so to research one of those 500,000 tags, man. Not too shabby. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, 100 minutes. Yeah, about 80 minutes or so. Oh, I got the running armor on. Guess it's fine. We're gonna be way too fast though with that guy. Let's also drop down the other armor. I forgot again to set this to automatic. Go make inventory things. I'm telling you, man, this mech armor is tailor-made for my playstyle. It is anti-automation, this thing. I guess those have been dropped here accidentally at some point. Presumably. Finally, we can fly around Gleb. Man, I have learned all these parts where I can walk so well. Some robots do this, some don't. Here you cannot cross, so you need to walk this one and over this belt, etc, etc. No longer. We can just fly around everywhere now. Oh, that's so nice. Let's check the speed difference then. Oh, we still don't have the maximum amount of legs. Does feel pretty fast already. But that's because it's Gleba, it was horrible before. How are we doing on the... We got 3.3k rare ones over here, alright. So... My inventory is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. So I got 170 inventory slots already. These stack to 20, so if I want to carry those around to use them whenever I need to carry a lot of stuff, I can carry up to 20. 20 of these would give me an inventory bonus of 320 inventory slots. I'm gonna be like a walking cargo hub, man, with that. So that's plus 320. That's basically 2 times this added. 490 inventory slots with 20 of those equipments. That means I can carry 10 chests worth of stuff at a time. Plus I don't even need to clear my entire inventory. I can still have one line of... I can still have this one line of stuff at the bottom. I guess we don't need the power armor anymore. We need the mech armor in there now. And we're probably gonna need more bots. So I can fill this line and I can still carry 10 chests of stuff. Okay, can I fit 20 in my inventory though? There are like 3 by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 60. Okay, I can fit 16 in this space basically. 4, 4, 4, 4. And 4. I could fit 40 of those things. But then I would not be able to move fast anymore. If I need to haul large goods of stuff in one go, I can still go at this speed instead of going at this speed. And I can carry 10 chests of stuff, so that's probably good. That's probably a good middle ground then. Okay, let's make 20. 20 is good. 20 is good. So what do we need? We need carbon fiber and red chips. 60 red chips and 200 carbon fiber. Alright. Easy enough. I almost feel like I should have those red chips laying around somewhere. I'm just gonna cannibalize my ship though. I mean, I have this on board so I can use it, right? Not so I can have nice round number amounts of those things on board. It already looks not right. I'm finally using it like I should. Like when I need something, I need to I just need to take it from my ship and call it a day. Alright. So now we need assemblers. Do I still have some? That's bio plants. Let's grab my inventory. Yeah, actually we've got Mark III assemblers, so that's good I suppose. Yeah, we got the biolab things. The hand feeding is going to be more difficult, right? I guess I can switch this off. I cannot land in between. Can still like approximately find the right angle. Alright. This is gonna take a while, so I guess we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Ah, yeah. We gotta get back into the groove for the Dead World challenge, man. So, we gotta get used to this again with the coal. Coal in burners is what we're doing. Alright, that's 20 of them. Now let's check the theory. That's gonna be so stupid. Oh god. That's a large inventory. Let's just put some markers on there just to see what's happening when we're scrolling. Yeah, that is way too much stuff, dude. I guess I'm gonna have to put my line at the top or something, I don't know. Alright, so we can carry all the stuff and then we can just put the legs back and everything is back to normal. So I guess we want these somewhere on there. If we make one more line of bots than we had before, we can house 2 more stacks of bots, I suppose. And I guess we also want a slot for the legs. And then one for whatever, I suppose. Alright. That's fire. Oh, I am missing stuff. I'm always thinking what is missing stuff every time. Alright. So we want to launch these up. As well as my armor, my other one. Bioflux multiplies, right? I guess we could try a Bioflux sprint. I don't have all my legs yet, though. We can just grab some Bioflux just for fun. We also launched those. I'm out of productivity modules, basically. I saw I have some. We're gonna steal these back. This guy already didn't have any. These are actually calculated, so we do need to keep the productivity modules in there. Alright. I guess we're off as well. I have the bot still. Yeah, let's go over this. This rocket silo is more scenic. Yeah, let's bask in the victory. That's the correct plan there. Yeah, we already completed the Dead World run. It was very easy. We already made it to the solar system edge, and now we're just, you know, flying around. Can you fly over demolishers? No, you cannot, right? Yeah, they do this electrostatic thing, so you probably stop flying and die. Yeah, it would be a little bit OP if you could just fly over demolishers. I guess we just go back to Norvis. How far did that world run go? I researched Gun Turret, which I was happy with at the time. I think now that world can be beaten, but you need to find the right seed with an appropriate amount of resources so you can get to laser turret, and then another appropriate amount of resources which you can free up with the laser turret, and then you can just do the rest of the run like we did on default settings. And except you need to do the entire early game run on like 1 or 2 belts of iron and copper incoming in total. Whereas on default settings we had 30 belts incoming for red, green and blue signs combined. So it's gonna be too annoyingly grindy, so I'm not really sure I'm gonna do it yet. We'll see. We'll see what the future holds. Today we're enjoying the factory just working while we just do useless tasks. We're gonna go fishing, man. It is the right time to go on a fishing trip. We've got our flying armor boat. So it's gonna be pretty easy to collect all the fishies and drop them in our starter pond now. It is about time for that as well. Let's drop the mech armor and the bioflux and these things. And these things. Not sure I should have dropped those actually. Oh. Oh, can we do a mall in space? That's an excellent idea, Genocide. Instead of building a mall on the planets where we don't actually need it anymore, maybe we can just build a mall on our personal spaceship. Which can make everything be... Oh, you have the planetary... You cannot make EM plans in space. You need to make them on Volgora. You need to make the foundries on Vulcanus and that kind of stuff. So it's I think even belts have to be made on Vulcanus, right? Yeah, you have to make green belts on Vulcanus. Right. Now let's first complete these armors with what we have now. I think we're gonna ignore all of these things until we've got everything and then just upgrade everything in one go. Although I am pretty curious about what if I upgrade the stupid amount of roboports to Mark II roboports. Alright. So this armor is basically full. We can give this armor back its legs. This is our factory armor. This is the speed we like to run around the factory with when we're doing tasks. So basically we need 1, 2, 3, 6 more roboports for the moment. 6 more okay, we can let the bots do that kind of stuff. I mean, we have bots. 20 steel. Okay, let's just request 2 of those. That's gonna be 6 roboports. Then how many legs we still need to complete the other armor? Looks like 4 more legs. That is 20 steel. Okay, so we just gotta up the numbers slightly. For the 4x. And batteries. I guess technically we don't need that many batteries. We're gonna make them anyway. Should we make a... Maybe we should make... Oh wait. A belt immunity equipment, right? Because we're not flying. But I cannot make a belt immunity equipment because it costs 50,000 red and green signs to research it. We never unlocked it. So no belt immunity equipment for us. Alright, 4 batteries it is. And the other armor is complete, right? With the roboports. Yeah, that one is complete with the roboports. We need 100 extra bots though. And potentially 100 extra bots on other planets as well. We got 200 bots on every planet. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 other planets which have bots waiting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 500 extra rare construction bots. Something like that. Alright, so we're ready to make everything basically. Let's start charging this guy. Just in case this is going to get edited or something. Alright, so the filling of the armors was not too difficult, only slightly more resources. Alright, and then the bots. Proper hand feed. Alright, this is all done. Let's fill it up. Yeah, the time where this, something like that, completely drained our batteries are long gone. Now we've got 300 bots almost, and a construction area of 127 by 127, which is larger than a land-based roboport. Can we see that somewhere? Oh yeah, this is the land-based roboport. We are barely exceeding there, like in this corner over here and in this corner over here. Alright. And then this guy just needs the batteries. Alright, we need 4 more batteries. I forgot about those. Means we need 40 more of those. 400 steel, 200 batteries, if we have it. Guess we'll just leave that in. No, let's do it here. Okay, that obviously has to be... What am I doing? Why use bots when you can do stuff yourself? Battery. Okay, this is gonna take slightly longer because we need to finish 10 crafts per assembler. And then to make the 4 batteries we need 60 blue chips and 20 LDSs. Fine. I guess we can make those faster. Yeah. Let's grab the bots. We'll launch up. Man, these controls are so precise. It's actually great. Okay, complete those. We can launch up those 400 construction bots to the spaceship so we can later distribute them over the planets. We're probably gonna want even more at some point. But oh well. Hey C-Rex. I was just taking a sip of coffee. Why aren't you posting vids on YouTube anymore? If I could just post the vids, I would do it. The problem is I have to make them first, which takes an ungodly amount of time. If you have never edited a video, you won't just believe how much time goes into editing a video. It is absolutely stupendous. But the next episode will come out on Friday again. And it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a banger. How do you have mods and achievements at the same time? Achievements are kept separate from vanilla version of the game as soon as the game is modded. So there's two sets. One is vanilla and one is modded. And even if you just add a mod that displays the time up here or something, you already are modded. So, but yeah, that's basically how you get achievements. In a modded game, it's a separate set compared to the base. Alright, those battery thingies. Who built this base? I cannot find stuff anymore. I'm just too zippy now. Here we can do the old click it in method. Alright. I guess we're gonna need 5 of those or something to make the Mark III batteries again, or 10. 5, alright. We might not need that require that many batteries. I suppose the goal of the Mark III battery is not so much store more power in your armor, but store the same amount of power more compact so you have space for other stuff. Kind of. And their armors are complete. Movement speed 768%. Before we had 576% bonus. So basically 676 in total against 868. We're going like 24% faster now. Okay, let's check the old speed. This was our old speed. We already could visit the Johnnies, say hi, and then go away before they shot at us. Let's just go straight line. And we'll insert the new ones. Right, 3, 2, 1, go. That's barely faster, isn't it? Here's the old speed. Guess we should not be running on a belt. New speed. It is faster. It is faster. It's not as insanely faster than I was expecting, really. Okay, and then the other armor is just a roboport. So let's go use them. Oh, I forgot the bioflux stuff, right? Let's eat bioflux at the same time. I mean, the sense of speed is a little bit lower than usual because normally like this is the maximum amount you can zoom out in the game. So that The more you zoom in, the zippier it looks, right? But we'll just go zoomed out so we can get a perspective. Let's eat bioflux. 3, 2, 1, zip. Whoa, man, that is fast. Let's put on the chunk borders. We're going like 2 chunks per second. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're going almost 2 chunks per second. Yeah, that is pretty zippy. That means we're probably going 3 chunks per second with the bioflux. Alright, let's practice with the inventory transfer stuff. Just for fun, right? Actually, no, we don't need to do it for fun. We can actually do it the real way. Let's put bioflux on there for now. We'll throw that in there. The rest can go F itself. Also I guess the fission reactor, let's keep that around. Alright, oh no, I got these chests still over here with stuff. Oh, that's perfect. That's 10 full chests of rocket fuel. So what we can do now, instead of bringing it chest by chest, normal people use bots. Okay, forget about bots. Bots don't exist. It's a Michael Hendricks playthrough. Bots don't exist here. We can just do this. Now we should be able to pick up all 10 chests of rocket fuel. Exactly. I got 9,600 rocket fuel on me. And we can bring it to, I guess, I don't know where to bring it though. We don't really have a place for it. We are not importing rocket fuel to anywhere at the moment. So we'll just give it to the bots here. Oh, that is perfect. Alright, so that only takes me 1 flight then, at a decent speed. To clean up stuff now. I'm not really gonna use that a lot, but yeah, it is kind of fun that you can take all of that stuff. Yeah, that's actually pretty handy. I think the mech armor was tailor-made for these practices, don't you think? Don't you think this is the ultimate purpose of the mech armor? Flying over stuff and hand-hauling heaps of stuff around? Nice, and now we got a normal-sized inventory again. Let's go fishing. Time to go fishing. Let's go do something serious. We're gonna fish empty the seas in our territory. All of it. Oh, right. The laser zoos are... Oh, they are working. Okay, laser zoos are working. Kind of. I think we are just producing too much pollution with the biolabs and stuff to effectively absorb it with the 10 bases we've got scattered around. But yeah, we are not close to polluting any biters, so we don't need to worry just yet. We can go fishing with a calm heart. We've got 1.7k fish in the pond right now. Those are rookie numbers. We gotta pump up those numbers. So let's go. We need a special deconstruction planner for this. Oh, this is gonna be so easy now. Look at me. I can just fly over here. Like, you know, this is efficient. If I wanted to fish empty the seas before, I would have had to use like a landfill pod to get around on the middle of the lake. Now I can just fly there. Okay, it does let me switch my armor when flying, so that's good. Yeah, I cannot quite fish empty the entire lake in one go, But yeah, we can. That's good enough, right? Let's take the most important blueprint one can have in the blueprint book. The fish finder. Let's find ourselves some fish. 595. Fly bots fly. I'm starting to believe. I am the legendary logistics boss. I am the chosen one. Alright, we're gonna be relentless to these bots. We have to fish empty this entire lake. Guess let's put a counter on there. Automated to manual labor better. Pretty much. This is barely visible though. I guess it's because it's night. This is not great for the bot energy. I don't really care though. The time we cared about bot energy is far behind us. We have 300 bots. We might as well try to task them to all swim out. A legendary mech armor storage capacity, that would be... no. Okay, we should keep following the pattern. Looks like we do need to keep waiting a little. This is the true purpose of the mech armor. Making nice and relaxing fishing trips. We need this, okay? We need this for Spidertron automation. If only you could put fish back automatically in the lake, we could automate fish on Norvis with that biolab stuff. The biochamber stuff. The fish breeding recipe. Yeah, we can automate the fish, but we cannot automate the putting the fish in the water thing, right? You can take fish out of the lake with inserters, but you cannot put them back in, I don't think. Right, starting to get D. See the color of the water change. Here it's polluted and here it's like clean. If we switch on the pollution, that should be visible as well. Here it's only light red, here it's deep red. Green water. Blue water. If my giant deconstruction field is not in the way. We might need to use our tool belt equipment to carry all the fish. Yeah, everything is on default settings. If this is your first time tuning in, we're not really doing serious stuff. We have beaten the game over the course of 1 year. And now we're just enjoying the luxurious lifestyle. You know, eating, making fishing trips, enjoying our free time. Polluting the lakes with our... I don't know what power, how this mech armor is powered, but it doesn't look very clean. Doesn't look like one of those high-tech fusion or fission things. This looks like we're burning plain old coal or whatever. Don't think you can hide from me. I saw you. There's the break and the hike after beating the challenge. I did go climb a snowy mountain. It was not the most difficult one ever, but it was snowy. Fish finder is Tinder for me. Yeah, we're having a lot of matches. Must be a girl profile. We are liking all the fish here. I just found this channel, I might have to go back and watch the start. There's an edited series on YouTube which summarizes this. Because it's a rather long playthrough if you want to start all the way from the beginning. Oh, we already fished this one empty at some point. This is a small lake. We could reach that with our previous bots. Right, so where is the waters? We cleared this one, this one, this one. I suppose I should be tagging the ones which we didn't clear yet. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Suppose this one. There's a great ocean here. I don't think we'll be going there for now. We cleared out these three though. Let's go there first. This is actually in our wall still. This is outside of our wall, so it does not really count. Let's put the fast flying machine on. What is this? What is this? I see you. Don't touch the trees, bots. Only the fish. I should use the deconstruction planner then. We need to go there. Okay, this one is... we can at least grab the entire lake in one go. The 1183 is empty. Currently we've got about this many fish in our lake. So this is how many fish are now in our lake. And this is how many fish we have caught at the moment. I guess we'll go anti-clockwise. Watch at 1000 times speed. It will be just half an hour. A half hour video. I guess we'll put it on 1 instead. Who needs belts on the hotbar anyway? Okay, hopefully all the bots fly out over there. Despite my horribly inefficient flying, we're still out charging the batteries. It looks like. We're gonna need some of those tool belt equipments, man, to carry all the fish. I knew they were gonna come in handy. Absolutely essential, man. I guess we also want a count of the bots then, so we can see if all the bots are flying out. Can somebody pick those up? Alright, not bad. We're already carrying over 9,000 fish. For what purpose? For what purpose do you need... Don't ask difficult questions. We need to automate spidertrons. I guess this is a good save point. As we can grab the entire lake at once. For 68, this one was minus 224. Ah, this is a nice clean lake. This fish will taste better. I guess we can just select the entire lake for construction. 1400 fish in here. Now we just need to fly over all the areas. Fish and chips with which color chips? Fish and chips with red chips, green chips or blue chips. Don't eat it with carbon fiber though, that doesn't sound very tasty. This is the best stream ever. Bring me the fish. We're gonna run out of inventory space soon. 90% freshness still, so they are not in danger just yet. Checking the small ponds. See, there's one hiding over there. I knew it. We got him. Let's use that method where we select the entire lake at once. Gotta be sure to use the planner. If I use a regular deconstruction planner and I deconstruct those pipes up there, that's not gonna be very good for us. Ah, it's so nice having the mech armor. Totally worth it. Only 5 million signs. I'm just gonna put you all in one big dating pool for sure. There's gonna be a sort of a speed dating format, I suppose. Don't worry. Let's not think about the further implications too much. Now we're getting to the big body of water. 2.2k fish in this sea. How long did the mech armor take to research? About 13 or 14 hours, I think. That was 5 million signs. We're doing it on 1800 physical signs packs a minute, which with rare quality Mark III modules becomes 5904 signs per minute. So it took 846 minutes. Basically 14 hours and 10 minutes or so. 14 hours and, let's say 14 hours and 7 minutes. Game only runs when I play. It took 1 year to complete the challenge. Exactly 1 year. I started, it was January 12 or 13, and I finished on the exact same day 1 year later. Uh, 609. Okay, we took 609. We need to go this way now. Oh yeah, we're gonna have an inventory full of fish. No problem. Less batteries. More inventory. No problemo. Oh, I guess I cannot hot swap anymore if I'm over full with fish. Ooh, this is gonna be a lot of fish. Oh, we're gonna meet some Johnnies in the south as well. That is not great. 4,000 fish here. That is gonna overfill our armor. Oh, apparently that didn't register completely. Ah wait, no, of course it doesn't register completely because I don't have vision on the entirety of the lake. Right, so we do need to do this manually. In the 10,000 or in the 10,000 signs per minute game, we had to. We also made a fish lake which had 100,000 fish, I think, in the center at some point. We gathered those with spidertrons mostly over the entirety of Northeast over the course of the game. And there you could not deconstruct landfill. We made a landfill pond with a 1-tile opening, and the entire square was just deep black with fish. Hey Ops, thanks for the 15th month of level 3 subscriptions, man. Is it gonna be like in real life where all the fish are in one man's pond? Well, that is the system which we have chosen now, so be it. I think you can in general not take off the armor if you have not enough inventory space. I think you also cannot take it off if you're flying. Yeah, I can also not hot swap anymore. I guess we could also throw those in here. Now we... Oh, it doesn't let me hot swap either. That's interesting though. Because they both have the... They both have the inventory space. That might be a bug. Because it does let me hot swap when flying. It doesn't like not fly for one tick. So I don't really see why I shouldn't be allowed to hot swap armor at this point in time. So are you doing 10k next? There is no 10,000 times science cost. The maximum multiplier is 1000. I don't think 10,000 is possible. I think something like 2,000 or 2,500 will be possible. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's the Johnnies. Yikes. Don't kill my bot and the fish with them. Right. Those are medium Johnnies. Those are already a bit more dangerous than the standard Johnnies. There's a large lake. I guess there's probably mods which allow you to go higher. But then we get back into the philosophy of... I mean, I like the default... I like the rule set of default settings and the maximum limits constrained in the game as set by the developers. Rather than... for both ways, right? Of course I could do more times science. I could do 2,000 times science cost and probably succeed, but... then it's just an arbitrary number. 1,000 times now is the maximum number. It is just the absolute maximum the default game allows you to choose, and therefore it's more interesting to me, at least. I don't know, that's just maybe the way I work. I don't think we... okay, we did the fish. Okay, we got 21,000 fish on us now. It is a little bit annoying that I cannot hot swap now. I also don't have chests. So we have to fly back the slow way. 942, we still marked one more lake. And that one is over here. Alright, so let's get this one as well, then we'll go back to the base. I guess this one was technically also within our borders. Right, we'll have a... oh wait, we still need to go there. There are mods which allow you to go below 1. Yeah, I am gonna do... I'm gonna use that mod at one point. I want to play the 1/1000 times science cost challenge, where every technology is 1,000 times cheaper. But for the base game, you can only... you can mod the science cost to be a lower amount of science. You can manually do that. But you have to choose an integer amount of science packs per technology, which means technologies like gun turret, which cost 10, are just going to cost 1. And so are all the other early game techs. So only reach true 1/1000 times science cost in the late game, when technologies start to cost in the millions, compared to 1,000 times science cost. Will there be automation in that run, or is it all hand-fed? So I guess the issue with 1/1000 times science cost will be making the rocket silo and the rocket parts, right? You need if you discount space age, if you just go back to the base game, you need on a regular run, you need 1,600 purple signs, 1,300 yellow signs to escape into space. Which is divided into 3 purple technologies. It is productivity module 3, speed module 3, and a rocket silo itself. And only 2... it was 2 yellow technologies. I guess now it's only 1. It's just rocket silo. It used to be the rocket control unit, but that no longer exists. It got yeeted out of existence. Even in Factorio 2.0 vanilla, I think. We got a lot of fish. So that basically means you need to make one recipe of purple science, one recipe of yellow science to unlock rocket silo, because you get 3 at a time for both purple and yellow science. So you need one furnace, one productivity module and 30 rails, and you can unlock the rocket silo. But to make the rocket silo, you still need things like 200 electric engines and 200 blue chips, 1000 steel. That's going to be the rocket silo is going to be the only cost of the run, I suppose. And then you need 100 rocket parts. So actually in vanilla that's 1000 blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel. 720 if you go productivity module Mark III, which you should. Alright, we are back. Let's see how this lake looks before and after. Alright, so why do I have suspiciously many fishies in my starter lake? Well, you can do this. You can go fishing. And then drop the fish in your lake. It should go way faster than this. I don't know why it's going so slow. Yeah, there we go. Let's open the inventory on the side. Yeah, I'm dropping like a stack at a time, it seems. Weird. Ah, okay, it just takes it out of my inventory. I thought I'm losing 100 at a time, but I'm not. Alright, so now I got full stacks there. It's already starting to get out of hand a little. Okay, we started with 1700 fish in the lake. We're gonna have slightly more after this. It's still not enough to blacken the lake, though. Even at 100,000 fish, it was not totally black, and we had a much smaller lake at that point. Fish dropping speed 6. Yeah. Alright. You can see the old density around the edges and then the new density slowly wafering out. That was not so bad for dropping like over 20,000 fish in the lake. Alright. Now we have 23,000 fish in the lake. Look at the blob of red in the center. Okay, so now we can hot swap. So I wonder, why does it not let me hot swap? Is it because of the tool belt? Or is it because I'm exceeding the standard inventory? Okay, I cannot take off my armor now. But can I hot swap? I can hot swap. Okay, then I suppose that is a bug. So now I can hot swap, even though I cannot take off my armor. Because my inventory is too full. I can only take off my armor. Still too full. I can only take off the armor. God, come on. How small is my inventory? I can only take off my armor if there is enough space to take it off. So if I do this, I cannot take it off, but I can still hot swap between the two armors. And if I do this, and I do this, now I'm doing it in a different order, that might matter. and I fill up my inventory beyond what a inventory without these things can do. Okay, now I can hot swap as well. Okay, that's interesting. This is a very specific bug then. Okay, it does let me hot swap. Alright. Then I know what... I think I know now what made the difference. Alright, so let's take this off. So now I can hot swap and my inventory size will change. So we have the big armor on right now. If I now grab more stuff, I can no longer hot swap. And if I update the other armor with these things, I don't think it gets updated like in the internal data of the armor then. Because it still doesn't let me hot swap, despite this armor now having enough space. So you need to have worn it already before it recognizes that the inventory space is larger, right? So if I now put it away and I hot swap now once and I grab it again, now it will let me hot swap. Yeah. Alright, so it's only so basically the armor should be updated every time you put in one of these, instead of only when you're wearing it, I suppose. That would be the solution, I guess. Let's make a save here then. Extra inventory tool belt bug thing. I probably will. I could just be lazy and point to this point in the stream. How long have we been going? 2 hours 23. I think I'm going to be lazy this time. It's a lazy stream after all. Inventory bug thing. Sorry, Factorio devs, I made you watch this. I might do a proper bug report, but I probably won't. This was in one of the patches to stop the explosion on the ground. Yeah, this is what prevents you from taking over the armor or from swapping with an armor that has not got enough inventory. But if the armor recognizes it has enough inventory because of these things, it should be able to... Oh wait, can we make an explosion happen then? That is a good question. We just saved. We can hot swap now. So what if I added my armor here? And I try to hot swap now. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what it was trying to prevent. So, but because it doesn't update the armor when you put in the tool belt equipment or take them out, but only once you wear it, you can actually explode the inventory over the ground. Alright, you know what that means? We gotta make an extreme explosion. Let's make an extreme explosion. This is the kind of stream this has become. Alright, first of all, a stack size of 20 is just not gonna cut it, guys. That's just not gonna cut it. We need more. Let's borrow these as well. Alright. So what we now need to do... let's first give the bots back all of these things. We need something with an appropriate stack size. If it was pianodons, we could have taken ash for 1000, I think. I think we are limited to 200. We have a variety of items to choose from. Let's go for a colorful mix then. So, what we need to do first is put all of this in the other armor. Wear it. So now we are wearing this. Then we take it off. We wear the other armor without the inventory stuff. So now this armor is storing that it has an inventory slot of basically 320 extra slots, and it won't update when I take it out. Now I can store it in this armor. And here's our inventory. So let's grab, let's just grab Yeah, something like that. Alright. Good. Let's go stand on a nice open space. Here we go. I'm having way too much fun with this. I think that is the despawn limit. That only goes out one chunk. There you have 34,000 chips on the floor. I definitely had more in my inventory than that. Oh god. Okay, now I'm convinced it's a bug. I don't know, I have such a weird knack for finding the most obscure things. I don't know how that develops. How did I come to this? I mean, how did we get here? I already cannot reconstruct the order of events that led me to find this. I know how the product. I know how I found out about the infinite productivity stuff. That required me to play Warp Torio with the Warp Beacon. That got above 100% productivity bonus, and that triggered me observing the weird behavior of that bonus bar stuff. After being able to make like a Spidertron with the Warp Beacon before the ingredients got consumed, and then I translated that to the rocket silo. I know how that happened, but I already forgot about this. I was trying to switch armor to bring back home the fish. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, alright. Suddenly my memory got awakened. Thanks. I was trying to hot swap. Yeah, alright, yeah. So I wanted to hot swap, so I put the belts in my other armor. And then tried to hot swap, and it wouldn't let me, and I saw that was strange. And then we went to investigate, and now we have 34,000 chips laying all over the floor. And I don't have roboports anymore. Alright. So we can carry more fish, but I will have to... I don't have to... So basically what I have to do now is I have to first get rid of all the rocket fuel again. So that was part of the save. So we are using this armor, right, to fish. So we need to basically put all of these in here. And switch a couple times, just one time I suppose, but no. Program was also just save 6 times in a row, because what if the first save and the second and third save didn't register, right? So here we are. So now this armor is recognized as having the inventory storage bonus, so we can switch armor. Maybe it's just related to this hot switch thing, which already might be unintended behavior. I didn't see people use this yet, where you have 2 of the same armor and just press the pipette tool on the armor to grab that one from your inventory. That is what's happening here. I'm just pressing pipette tool on here, which grabs the identical copy. At least identical in terms of outer qualities. The insides of the armor are of course very different. That's the whole point. So that's how I hot swap. Just press pipette tool and then wear the armor, and it switches it out for the other armor, which you can then with Q just put back in your inventory. It's quite a quick way to switch armors. Very nice. So that's already an obscure mechanic, so maybe it only happens then. Yeah, the epic productivity mods on rare equipment. It has the force the hand of fate machine, which is actually intended. That's not a bug. But basically, if you make anything at a certain quality, let's say you want to make your equipment grinding for high quality fusion reactors, and you've managed. You need to get one. Come on. you need to get one of the results you want. So I got to make the first rare one legitimately with gambling. But once I got that, I can just use it to block the output slot. If there is no inserter grabbing it, I can use it to block the output slot. And if I now put something in, and the result isn't a rare one, the recipe will get stuck at 100%. You can deconstruct the machine, get back the ingredients, and reconstruct the machine and try again. There's also advanced methods where you can use multiple machines with like a very limited amount of construction bots very quickly, but that's the essence of it. Block the output slot with the quality you want, and you have a 100% conversion rate of making uncommon ingredients into rare reactors. It is a little bit grindy, especially at lower levels of quality, but if you just go for one level higher, it is doable. Don't try to make legendaries out of commons with this method though, it will take you forever. Alright, so I guess we put this back for now. We have some more fishing to do. I did my marking. I'm not gonna fish empty the North Sea though, that's my home water. Gotta protect the home turf. I guess we're going over here. There's like a lot of live biters along here. That might not be the most successful fishing trip ever, so we'll keep to the safe ones. I guess it's only this one then, which is remaining. That's the only safe water we've got left. The rest is all. I guess we can fish empty the fish farms. I like the fish farms though. We're gonna keep the fish farms. We could empty the waters outside of the fish farms to give it some contrast. I think that's an alright thing to do. Okay, so first we go over to this lake. Oh, it still has all the stuff. Okay, so I got to... Oh, wait. I have to not wear that then. Oh, dang it. Didn't think about that. So now it recognizes the storage. It will keep recognizing the storage, but if I now hot swap into it once just to fly faster, of course it will lose that information because now it has no extra storage. So I guess we are just gonna go with 8 then. And then this one will also receive 8 maximum. If we turn out to need it. Alright. Let's try to go to the location where the entire lake is visible. It's because it's nighttime. It's getting day though. Right, how many fish is that? That's about 8,000 fish. And we already started collecting them. Alright, good to know. I still have that inserter in my inventory. The first one you can get from safe scumming. Yeah, that's basically advanced safe scumming. It is safe scumming without safe scumming. Force the hand of fate technique. So if you play on a multiplayer server where you cannot safe scum, that is a... I'm hesitant to say legitimate. It's a legal way though. It's a legal way to obtain a guaranteed quality higher equipment from intended game mechanics. I didn't see those guys. They could blow up a lot of bots in one go. The dangers on the lake, I have not yet had to deal with those things. Here's the minimap. Yeah, this is such a useful stream. We're doing only the best things. We have already almost completed Mark III battery. We're gonna go into Mark III Roboport. After that one, we have to start up Glaben Science again, though there's no delaying. But I'm not gonna be automating the switching of that today. No, I'm not. Today we're on holiday. No, I tried using the inserters with stack size 5. It doesn't work. I even tried long-handed inserters with stack size 5 in Warptorio back in the time. That also didn't work. In Warptorio, your standard inserters could upgrade to higher stack sizes as well. No, Mark III. I probably misspoke if I said Mark III Roboport. What happened with that world times 1000? Summarized, I realized it's possible and now I don't want to do it. I just wanted to have a little bit of fun, you know. Ha 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 ha, this is not possible, ha ha ha, you see, ha ha ha, we're already dead, and now I figure it's possible, so I don't want to do it. You might understand why I don't want to do it. I spent 1 year getting out of the grind that was this playthrough. For all of that, for just to fall back to the beginning. I guess that's kind of how I end most of my video series. Or at least a lot of them. Where the main character warps back to the beginning in some kind of way. So maybe it's my curse. Maybe I have to do it. I'm not gonna say things like, I would rather play Pianodons than do 1000 times that world, because that is not true. I could be manipulated. Are we gonna make legendary biter nests? I haven't even researched captive biter bases yet, man. We're getting ahead of things. We might just continue in this one. I don't know. So far I'm having fun post-game. We might just keep going on with this playthrough. It's not so bad, just get to Prometheium science with this one. Right? Just complete the 12th and final science pack as well. It's kind of a weird ending where you basically research the first 11 of 12 science packs and then just fly to some location and we're done. Without actually making the 12th science pack, so maybe we just gotta do that. It is pretty annoying to have to double the labs to research that technology, though. The thing with that world is it's going to be possible, but you're going to have to deploy the Gleva anti-expansion strategy with the landfill grid, except it's going to be a pipe grid or whatever, and you have to place it all by hand. And that combined with an abysmal maximum resource extraction rate because of all the dead world factors. You've got the smaller area, which you can claim. You've got the pollution spreading faster. So that basically makes your maximum resource extraction at least 10 times lower than what we could do here. Probably more than 10 times lower than what we could get away with on default settings. Which basically makes it a lot of waiting around. You can just do all the things you need to do to secure the land. And then basically guess we got an artificial bridge right here. After that, you just need to wait for all the text to complete at a snail's pace. Without you're not able to do anything except maybe move around tiny parts of your base to move around where pollution gets output or whatever. That's just about it. So it's not very interesting. It doesn't sound very interesting to me, at least. I mean, like, fishing is much more interesting, apparently. Once you leave Norvis, there is no once you leave Norvis. It's just going to be hard beeline to laser turrets, then hard beeline to bots. No, shoot me! I guess I can still manipulate the flight path of the bots a little. I just joined. Why are we fishing an entire ocean? I just want to make sure we can make enough Spidertrons in the future. You never know when you might need 100,000 Spidertrons, right? It's 1,000 times science cost. So we might need 1,000 times the Spidertrons later on. I'm sorry, I cannot give a serious answer to save my life today. A legendary quality... I guess it doesn't really matter if the biters have more hit points. Not really. That could be a... We could just... There's a lot of animal cruelty though. Just hard recycle all of these 100,000 fish. I mean, once we collect... how many fish do we need on average? How many fish do we need to recycle to get one legendary fish? We got a 1 in 10,000 times chance. And we only got a 25% chance to get a fish back in the first place. So it's actually times 4. That's 40,000 fish. For 1% quality, recycler can have 4 modules. So we divide it by 12.8, I suppose. So we need only... That doesn't sound right. Or something is wrong with my calculation here. Let's just try it without the calculator. Maybe use our brains for once. Alright, so we got a 1 in 10,000 chance to get It's a 1 in 10 uncommon, 100 rare, 1000 epic, and then 10,000. Yeah, it's a 1 in 10,000 times chance for every percent of quality. So with 4 quality module mark II, 3.2%, we got 12.8% quality, which means a 12.8 in 10,000 times chance. That makes sense, right? So with 10,000 fish, we would get 1280 uncommon ones, of which 128 rare, of which 12.8 epic, of which 1.28 legendary. I cannot do it, guys. My brain is melting today. I don't know what's going on. There's a reason that we're doing a fishing stream. You never knew, right? There was fishing streams in Factorio. Maybe you knew there were fishing streams in Minecraft or Terraria or whatever other game has fishing as a mechanic. Factorio doesn't really have fishing as a mechanic, or so you thought. Well, here I am, proving you wrong once again. There's definitely a fishing mechanic in Factorio. Except we're not having a lot of different catch results over here. 1 in 10,000 is for 10% quality. Ah, right. That is, yeah, that's the thing, that's the thing. That is for 10% quality. Alright, shall I give it another try? Or shall I humiliate myself? One more time, let's do it. I guess 10% is so yeah, it is a one. We get 1.28% legendary fish then, if it was a crafting recipe. But since it's recycling, we get back only a quarter, so we need 4 times as many fish on average. Which means 10,000 fish turns into 0.32 legendary. Okay, there we got it. I think then those should be the exact odds of... We should hard recycle 31,250 common fish in order to get 1 legendary. That does not take into account re-recycling all the other results, which probably makes that a lot faster. And which I am not going to attempt to calculate from the top of my head right now. Alright. How many fish are we going for in the starter lake? Do we want a certain amount? I guess we could go for 100k again. Looks like we're really not doing anything useful this stream. Invisible towel, that's a genius username. The fish lose the quality in the lake, yeah, that is true. You cannot put them back. Once they get wet, the quality just vaporizes or something. Too polluted. Look at what polluted? Look at this pristine, clean water here, man. There is no pollution here. See, I switch on the pollution. There's nothing there. Pristine, clean waters. That's the end of our pond. Guess we are gonna put the should have never put those batteries in. Now I'm just wasting like 600 megajoules of charged up battery capacity. That could all have gone into these batteries, but oh well. Let's put those in. I'm not really sure we need more, so now we're gonna keep it at that. Now we're entering the great ocean. I guess we can try to... Let's do an experiment. We'll draw a horizontal line through this ocean. and fish empty the north side. And then we'll wait and see how long it takes for the fish to spread out over the lake again. I guess it's going to take a very long time because fish very far away don't move. So nothing is going to happen. Oh well. I guess it's a good thing if I want to fish empty the entire thing eventually. It's going to be a little bit dangerous for our bots here. There's going to be some behemoth worms lurking on the other side, next to my radar over here. This is not going to go well. I'm not sure I actually want to risk my bots like that. There's mediums down there. That should be alright. As a big worm. Big worms should not one-shot my bots. Alright. The behemoth ones though, they have so much more range. They are far away though. I can probably try to manipulate the path. Okay, we got away with that one. Why do you need so much fish? Isn't it obvious? There's a secret recipe for getting Prometheium signs, which does not involve biter eggs or those annoying Prometheium asteroids. I'm not gonna spoil it just yet, which ingredient it does have, but you might be able to figure it out. Which one is Ben? Ben has since long become the nameless fish. Every fish is Ben. It's like a fight club of fish. Okay, I think we're gonna run out of inventory space again. Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice another 800 megawatts to further expand the inventory a little. Where is the fish line? Fish line is about here. Here we've got the wall. Nicely hand built along the entire shore. Man, the early game was such a slog. Holy moly. We didn't have time for fishing trips back in the early days. That is for sure. It looks like so many expansions, but it's actually not that bad. There's like space between the biter bases still. Our anti-expansion circles, fake decoy chunk stuff has really paid off during this game, man. The double wall prevents biter expansion, yes. The wall with 4 chunks apart in a very specific location To see how it exactly works, you can rewatch the like second video in the series, I think. Second or third video. Where I explained in detail why it prevents biter expansion. So those walls prevent biter expansion in the base. But then stuff like these chunks on the water and carefully left empty chunks inside the base, they make biters think they want to expand into my base. There is probably a circle blinking somewhere, maybe. Can't really see it right now. Ah, there it is. So this is what's happening all the time. That is why the land is not completely closed with biter expansions. So this happens, but it's too far away from a base with active biters around it. Which means the biters do not expand to here. And normally these circles wouldn't be here, but it's because of this pipe stuff that the circles are there. And that really doesn't work together as it probably should. So we could get away with switching off biter expansion in this way. Which is pretty neat, because without switching off biter expansion completely, I don't think this playthrough would have been possible. Because at some point after this happens, your land is going to be favored. So the land in between these pipes would be favored over the too densely populated area here, and then everything would come crashing down real quick. Should be careful not to overfill the inventory. The Norwegian music is so calm and serene. A lot of the space age music is like really grand and epic for all the planets. You can really notice it was made by a different composer. Space age music is great. I'm not saying it's not great. It is great. But it's a very different style than the Norwegian music, I feel. Almost every space age track begins like there's some like the volume of each track. It starts out softly and then it has a big crescendo up to maximum volume and then like a 2-minute outro again. Whereas a lot of the Norwegian tracks are just like shorter and actual with like discrete beginnings and endings, you know, it begins and ends on like a full note. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. How did that world 1000 times go? I figured it's probably possible, so I don't want to do it anymore. That is the short version. I only wanted to have a little bit of fun and laugh at the sheer impossibility of it all. So I'm bailing, I'm jumping ship for now. I'm not ready for the new grind. I mean, fishing up 100,000 fish from these lakes is less grindy by orders of magnitude than doing the Dead World thing. There's one bot over there, we should not let him fly over bots. So now we can hot swap because we've got the, I guess the metadata, I cannot pronounce that word. The metadata of the armor updated. Okay, where are you? Where's the bot? Is he back? Oh god, he flew back to there he is. Oh god. He's alive! He's alive! He's carrying the fish. He's gonna go back to the base. He went away because I switched the armor. The other armor doesn't have roboports. So now I'm missing one bot out of the three 300k. Let's see if we can catch up with him. Why are we fishing? To relax. To enjoy a nice holiday after a hard year of work. We are fishing. Hello, worms. Oh, we're still going at half speed. He should run out of juice. I think we found him. Yeah, there he is. He's not out of juice yet. Okay, let's grab him. We got him. But now he's damaged. So he's somewhere else. Yeah, here he is, a damaged bot. Can I do this? No, he just goes back to the base again. Actually, you have to let him fly out. Right, now he's fixed. Good. I guess we're going back to the base then. Because we're almost there anyway. No fish in my territory. All of the fish will be gathered in the starter lake. It's something I wanted to do for a while. I just never got around to it because that F in science was just pressuring me into doing useful stuff and whatnot. But no longer shall we do useful stuff. I overshot my base. I was going for the arrow. My base is over there. I built this base. I promise. I didn't pay somebody to make this, to do this playthrough, and I know where my stuff is. I promise. Hey, there we are. The fish have spread out already quite a bit. Okay, so now we go from 23,000 fish in the lake. We've got 24,000 fish in our inventory, so we're gonna double the fish, double the fun. We actually figured out that it should not cost too much lag to do this in the 10,000 signs per minute base in Factorio 1.1. There was no measurable difference in UPS for having 20,000 small black dots swimming around in the starter lake, because each dot represents 5 fish. We had 100k fish there. Let's make a super dense black dot here. Looks like I don't really need to shake. I do need to shake. It goes a lot faster. No, it will just spill on the shorelines around me and it will despawn the rest. 1,000 times fish cost. Yeah, we need to have 1,000 times more starter fish in the lake than on a normal run. I guess we should do a scientific investigation in how many fish usually spawn in a starter lake, so we can make 1,000 times more. I think that's actually doable. That would be a proper ending. We're up to about 50k, 48k now. Another 170 megabyte save or something like that. 148. Ah, oops. Just for having the fish in the lake. Is there a map setting for fish density? I don't think so, no. Let's see how long it takes the bots to take that out. I thought bots were optimized to take the nearby stuff first these days. Alright, it's not gonna fit in my inventory. think we're already full. Yeah. Actually, it was pretty fast, I must say. That was not too bad at all. Oh, yeah, we're done. Now we kind of have a problem, though. Except, we don't. Wait. We gotta use our favorite button. If we use our favorite button, we need to load a game first. Or we won't have access to our favorite button. Our favorite button, of course, is the very prominently, visibly clickable restart button. Of course I want to restart quickly my 540-hour game. I need to figure out science. How many fish in my starter lake? 110. Alright, that's doable, right? 110? We're halfway there almost. Let's do a couple more. 110. 115. Okay, that's fairly close by. That's fairly close by. 110. So we've got 2 results of 110 and 1 of 115. Surprisingly consistent, I must say. We have had all desert maps. I don't know if that does anything. 95 only. Alright, very scientific. How many more results do we science together? Ooh, 135. I wish I didn't see that. Let's scientifically cut that data point from the average so the results can match what we want it to be, like real science. Or at least if you work for oil companies and whatever. 100 fish. I like that result. Look, exactly 100 fish in the starter lake. Scientifically proven, there's 100 fish in my starter lake. So what we need is exactly 100,000 fish, and then we will have completed our 1000 times fish cost challenge. We are up to 48 out of 1000. Do you have the starting save of the actual run? Yes, of course. I have literally got like 3000 saves across the board, probably more at this point in time. It's basically 2 more inventories worth of fish, so it's not even that bad. Alright, so we're gonna empty this lake as well, except for we're gonna respect the fish farms. The fish farms are complete for the entire southern part of the lake here, or at least this horizontal line, so we never made the rest over here. We never even made more landfill. I don't think we have got many in stock, because we had actual things to do. We'll start from the bottom. Yes, I saw you, another band of fish. Hiding right in there. This is the true reason the devs added the mech armor, I'm certain of it. This is the ultimate purpose of the mech armor. Do you realize how annoying these fishing trips would be without the mech armor? I would have to build landfill bridges, like temporary landfill bridges all of the time. All over the map. It would be absolutely horrible. Yeah, just scream and don't shoot. That's a good boy, good boy. Just scream or shoot at me, yeah, do that. I'm right here. Right, good job, good job. I mean, we didn't need the mech armor to build Aquilo or whatever, that was simple. But fishing, man, fishing empty these lakes, collecting all the fish needed to fill your starter lake with 1000 times fish cost. Mech armor is just invaluable for that. Now, not as many fish in this lake, or it's at least not going up very fast. I guess we already fished a decent amount of fish out of this lake, perhaps. Something fishy about the study. Oh god. Mode, median and average, you clearly didn't see my science. My science officially confirmed it was 100 fish in the starter lake. All the data points I chose to include in my scientific reports confirm that was exactly 100 fish. Every single time. All of the 1 times we did it. We have officially got fishing side quests in Factorio now. Right. A side effect of these decoy expansion landfill chunks is that there are going to be a lot of active biter bases around. The rest of this shoreline. Which might be a little bit tricky, not gonna lie. We gotta respect the fish farms though. We are not going to take the fish out of there. The survivors, which haven't gotten brutally landfilled over. So far so good. There's a fairly slow place to fish in here though. I hope the fish are bigger here. To make up for that. Okay. We can explore this. Oh, there's another worm there. I forgot about that guy. He died in the edit though. For the edit I re-recorded like this laser battle over here. And I accidentally shot Medium Johnny over here. I hope nobody saw that. So here we got the consequences of the decoy expansion chunk stuff. Every time one of these chunks gets selected, these bases all are in range. Guess we can trigger them for fun. Yeah, what you're gonna do? What you gonna do? Not much. You are gonna do something. But yeah, as a side effect now, there's a ton of biters on these bases because all of those expansion groups got formed. All of those guys got detached from the nest, then couldn't make the expansion, and then just broke up and rejoined a nearby nest, including... I think we gotta have the speedy one for this one. Including they joined these nests over here, and they started breaking walls and whatever. So these nests are now open again. That could have cascaded out of control, but fortunately it didn't. They broke some walls and then just it stayed quiet, and they never got close enough to actually breach to make an expansion in here on one of these chunks which are bright green. So I made it a little bit of an extra sick border over here, I believe. What did I? Oh, I did not actually. I should have blocked off these 4 chunks at least, to prevent these guys from accidentally expanding here. Let's take the book of weird measurements. So, yeah, no, from this base they still could not have reached to there. But if they had joined the next base over here, that would have been pretty bad news. And from there they could have expanded into all of these green chunks over here. I guess just the distance is too big. They just join a nearby nest. Probably that is a max range thing as well. So they could join here, here, here. But not here. It's just too far probably. I'm just guessing now. Let's go back to our fishing side quest. Yeah, by interviewing people who played Russian roulette, we can confidently say that Russian roulette is a 100% survival rate. I see what you're going for. I don't think that quite works though, because those survivors will have seen other people get obliterated. I think the classic variant of that is like the fighter pilot thing, right? If they come back with if planes come back with a lot of bullet holes in the wings, which part of the plane should you reinforce? And then the answer is not the wings, because apparently the wings can take bullet fire without issue. It's the other parts which don't have bullet holes which you should reinforce, because when a plane gets hit there, those probably don't come back. Something like that it was. Looking forward to see what Glabatech was. Do you mean the base? I can show that right now if you want. Can have a quick base tour. I mean, I'm doing a fishing side quest, so I'll literally grab any excuse to do something else, I suppose. Man, this is... We're gonna lose some bots and fish over here, so be it. As long as we don't trigger the biters into a state of panic. This is gonna cost us. Do they one-shot? Oh, they are too slow. Missed us. Alright. If they choose to scream first, they can survive that. This guy might get a shot off though. Yeah, that was not a one-shot. That was a miss. We actually get to explore the shoreline now. Okay, that's gonna be dead, guys. How do they survive? Can behemoth worms kill fish? No, it looks like he survives. Fish are immune to behemoth worms. You gotta know these things, you know. Yeah, look at the density of those biters right there. That is insane. All of those are missed expansion, like failed expansion groups. Okay, we're gonna just send it. We're gonna send them in en masse and see how many die. This is not gonna end well. For the bots, that is. Okay, one casualty. Look at that brave guy. He's not gonna make it. He didn't make it. Alright. We lost only 3 bots. That is incredible. Yeah, our fishing pace has slowed down quite a bit. Oh, good luck, brave boy. He's doing it. He's doing it. He did it. Survived. Rare quality bot hit points for the win. I'm just relentlessly sending them in straight into enemy territory there. Yeah, I'm actually not that far. I'm not that far out of range of these guys. I need to be a little bit careful, or I'll just die right here. If you die above the water, does your corpse lay on the water? Okay, we gotta check that, of course. As soon as a question pops into my head, I just have to know the answer. Come on, behemoth worm. What, big worm? Okay, big worm then, I suppose. Oh, they're missing me half of the time. Not half of the time. Do they adjust for the bobbing up and down? They do adjust for the bobbing up and down, it seems. We're not standing in acid, so it takes a while. Come on, guy. Stop screaming. One more shot. Alright. Yeah, it does look like... somehow this mech armor floats. Alright. We can divert the worm's attentions by placing a turret, but it will also send all of the biters into chaos. And since we have all those walled off areas, I don't really want to send the biters into a big state of panic. While we got all those delicately blocked off biter bases around. A nice exploration of the coastline. Good luck, guys. Not bad. I thought they would die much harder. Especially since some of them need to fly almost adjacent. To the worms. I should probably rename this stream. Well, actually no, it is appropriately titled. We did go for the Mech armor and we're using it to the fullest extent. And you cannot convince me otherwise. I'm not sure I can go in here without triggering anything. I definitely cannot go in there without triggering anything. Oh! Oh! He didn't make it. We'll head out of here. These guys are gonna make it. I think fishing should have been put in the title. I was not planning a fishing stream. This just happened. It's not my fault. I just haven't found anyone suited to blame yet. Oh, there's a lot of bots. A lot of worms. Oh boy. We'll send them out all over the front. I'm in range, I think. It's taking a couple casualties, but we got to fulfill the important quest. I'm not sure I can actually change the title on... I can change it on Twitch, but I don't think I can change it mid-stream on YouTube. Can I? Fishing stream. The worms are trying really hard, man, but they got worse aim than those Starship Troopers from Star Wars. I mean, how can you miss every single bot flying out there? It's like literally a cluster of bots. It's like... just shoot blindly, don't aim for a target and you'll hit. Yeah, you can really see like the big clusters of biters everywhere from the failed expansion groups. Not a good sign that it worked. Okay, we kind of have reached the edge over here of what we should be fishing at. Since technically we should be making more chunks on the water here. Only 12k fish. I guess I got all my bots. Slash mods, that works only on Twitch, I think. Wait, why doesn't that work? Exclamation, I was typing slash as well. Thanks, oops. Not sure it's entirely up to date. You can just freeze frame on this window and check it out. Hand fishing. Alright. Did the left side. See how it goes on this side. We got this inward sea kind of thing going on here. Let's first try to clear the, like a horizontal bottom line or something. It's so weird the way some of those fish get left behind. I think they get like multi-assigned to a bot that's already doing something, but then by the time that bot is actually back, those fish can be out of reach and they cannot be picked up anymore at that point. Okay, I guess here we already go around, so probably we should first fish empty the inside here. It took too long. Fishing stream in Factorio. This is probably the dumbest stream I've ever done so far. We are doing 1000 times fish cost. We scientifically measured how many fish on average spawn in a starter lake, and the answer was a resounding exactly 100. So we're going for 100,000 fish in our starter lake. We are 48,000 fish in, and we already have 15k more. So we are now at 63k fish and counting. We're about 2/3 of the way done on our quest to complete 1000 times fish cost in Factorio. Just started to see us on YouTube yesterday, just to see you are still going and fishing. I'm confused. Okay, I can understand that. I'm not going to explain it though. Enjoy the confusion. I'm confused myself. So we have a lot of those left behind fish actually. It's like we need to fly another loop. So I either need to not care about those, or I just need to wait around a bit more. We got those left behind fish over here. I did have bots available. It's just because of the bot multitasking. Look. Some other bots got assigned to that. No bot is flying out for my armor. Yeah, that is kinda annoying. When you 1,000 times run, you will find ways to pass the sign. And that's what you would think, but I never had the need to pass the time in the entire run. We are now post-victory. This is basically the first stream post-victory. Basically, we went to the solar system edge and came back. We got out of the plane, made the mech armor, and started fishing. For the first time, because we achieved all our goals. And then you gotta take some time to build back up, you know. You gotta take some time to relax. And reload your key, or whatever. How it's called. Recharge your battery, I think that's what it's mostly called these days. This is only medium worms, they shouldn't be a threat. Oh, they still almost got one. Spitters don't care. It's just the worms that care about the bots. These guys spawned more close by than they should. Okay, this is not a green chunk anymore. Still green enough though. I might be able to fly in there. Again, we okay, those bots are gonna die maybe. If not those, then those. Especially if I just going right here, right now. Just to grab all of these fish. Okay, no fish died. I guess those medium worms, they are not really the bosses that they think they are. I think it kinda helps if I can select all the fish for deconstruction already. But I cannot really because I don't have vision everywhere. I think then that left behind stuff shouldn't happen too much. I just need to get close by enough. And no fish should be left behind, as long as I have bots. Oh, the medium worm got one. Good job, Mr. Medium Worm. I guess I could cheat, quote unquote. Zoom out slightly further than we usually could. Not great for UPS and game stability. But maybe that'll help a bit. Oh! Oops! Right. Well, now we gotta deforest the rest of the chunk as well, I suppose. Did I not use the fish finder for that? That was a little bit dumb. Oh, okay, let's not do that anymore then. Apparently I cannot be trusted with such great power. I really thought I had the correct construction planner selected. Maybe I only that last time didn't. No? 2112 is the year of the disaster stuff. I guess that explains it. Oh, good luck, guys. Easy. Cancel the construction of everything, which I accidentally marked for the construction. It's quite a crazy view like this. Probably doesn't come across too well though on stream. It's great for filming though, to be able to zoom out so much. You will see me zoom out a lot like this in the next episode. For the space platform shenanigans. Cannot really go in there without triggering the biters. It should not really be a problem to trigger the biters there. Let's go in. Yeah, a couple casualties were to be expected. Is the price of doing business. I can just try not to zoom out all the time. Yeah, probably we're not gonna go into that tail. But this way I should be able to actually use all of my bots. Yeah, some of them are gonna get sniped now. Well, it comes with the job description, guys. Yeah, this is way better though. I can spend all of my bots. And no fish is left behind. Except these two, apparently. Okay, so maybe it's not working. We are kind of full. How did I pick up spoilage? For sure my fish are on spoiling. My fish are the freshest fish in Factorio. You won't find fresher fish on any of my competitors. Sometimes I don't know where to put the emphasis on an English word, so you gotta excuse me for that. My competitors' fish are not so fresh like mine. I got the freshest fish in the business. Comes all the fish is organically sourced from my trademarked fish farms over here. Responsibly created without that worm is doing business, man. Of course, responsibly created fish without animal cruelty, you can be certain. No animal testing was used in the making of my fish farms. Is it already starting to get out of hand, this stream? A little bit. Those bastards. I spent so much effort making those nice expansion chunks. And those guys just settle too close by and destroy them. That's not very nice. Ooh, we're going into the thick of it here. I cannot go in map view here. I might get targeted myself. I mean, there are some casualties, but we are having a surprisingly high success rate of caught fish versus lost bots. We are saving more fish. We are saving the fish more than the bots are getting sacrificed, missing in action. They're missing. I'm sure we'll find them back someday. How are those bots all surviving that? Holy moly. I'm trying to send them into the line of fire. I guess the worm targeting isn't too smart. Oh yeah, that's a little bit of a problem, except we can fill another bingo square right there. I guess we leave a couple slots open. So we'll know when to stop. I fished empty almost all the seas though. Where I'm gonna find the rest of my fish? I guess we can still fish in the middle here. Those should never... What is this? That landfill shouldn't be there. Past Mike not paying attention. Could have had 32 more landfills sitting in chests all this time. Yeah, all of these nests next to the lakes, they have those giant amount of biters, which are way more than what normally would spawn. Is it still far? Actually, there's another big lake. I don't really want to go and create that much more land, though. It's just gonna blow my save file up even more than it already is, I guess. We have to set a clear boundary then. It's gonna be here. Is there already... Did somebody figure out how many fish you would need with rare quality Mark II modules on average to get one legendary fish? We figured it was... I forgot the number, but we didn't take into account re-recycling like uncommon and rare fish which you would get on the first recycle. If somebody said something about it, I have missed it already. We're kind of out there at the farthest edges now, so I think we will maybe be able to catch more fish. Catch all the fish before going back home. We could accidentally let a stack of bots get destroyed completely. And we have one more stack space for fish. Alright, that is probably the limit. Don't touch those. And my inventory is full as F. Literally every slot is full. We can carry like 45 more fish. Alright, if any more fish will come back, I will eat one. Oh no, wait, that's against the rules of the challenge. I cannot eat fish. Drop the spoilage. No, we cannot drop stuff like that. Because these chunks are not working optimally. I was thinking we could deconstruct that. No, we cannot. I accidentally have a lot of wood in my inventory. Oh yeah, right. We had the stupidly far zoom out stuff. Let's switch that back off before the game crashes or something. Alright. Much better. Why are those chunks not green in the big lake? These ones, probably because I messed up the order in placing something on here and it updated with the radar stuff. Just like it has not been updating next to my actual base. I made a mistake over there and those chunks have updated, which means they are red now. That's a lot of fish. I should stay away from any logistic network. So we have to stay maybe a little bit out of the center this time. That's too close. Something like that. There's a load 3 or 4. After this we will know exactly how many fish we still need. I'm still going to try to make a big black blob right here. Too many fish. Oei, oei, oei. You drop them quite rapidly, actually. What's going on here? Standard stuff. You need to do a lot of weird strategies to beat 1000 times science cost. This is not one of them. The problem is we have so many fish in the lake, it rounds to the nearest 1000, I think. It's going to be a little bit of an issue to figure out how many fish we've got exactly in the lake. It's starting to look like a nicely filled up lake though. No overpopulation here, no animal cruelty. I have free roaming fish in my shop. You can trust me, you can trust me. You especially can trust me because I say it twice, right? You can trust me, you can trust me. You can trust me. Everything is as it should be. Don't worry about a thing. Let's place back that one inserter. Alright. So, how many fish are in the lake? If we need 100k exactly. Now we got 79k. So let's grab a couple. And 78k. Okay, that's a good sign. So there's a threshold somewhere. Just drop a couple. 78k. Okay, we drop a couple. This might not take as much time as I thought. 79k. It rounds to the nearest 1000. 78k. Okay, one at a time now. 78k. The moment it goes to 79, we have exactly 79 in the lake. And then we need 21,000 more. Okay, there it is, 79k. If I take one fish out, it's 78k. So that's exact. Now it's basically 78,995. It just gets rounded down. You're gonna have to trust me on that. Trust me. Just trust me. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. The more often you say it, the less reasonable it sounds, right? So where am I gonna get those fish from? I guess we're going into the big internal area here. Yeah, but we are. I need to go in editor mode for a bit. I want to see how many are there. So we gotta save. I have tested. I don't. This sounds so stupid. I've actually tested for what effect this does to UPS. It's nothing. No noticeable effect at all with 100,000 fish in your starter lake. We did it at the 10,000 signs per minute Factorio 1.1 playthrough, which was actually UPS limited. And having fish or no fish in the starter lake did not affect UPS by a bit. Weirdly enough. Alright, so let's go editor mode. That way we can actually use the deconstruction planner in the void. So I think we should be able to get our 21,000 fish out of there approximately. If we go here and here together, that should do it. I think. Which is good because the only other option is going down here somewhere, I suppose. That's also possible. But yeah, there's not enough fish in this lake. So let's just go back north. So we need exactly 21,000 fish this time. I'm dumb. No, I'm not dumb. I thought there was no reason to have these in the other armor, but there actually is. Yeah, we do need to switch. But now we need just 21,000 fish. That's 21 lines. Without these things, we've got 16 lines available. Minus this one, it's 17 minus 1, so 16 lines. We need 21. So that's 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, right? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So yeah, that's enough inventory space. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So that means I can put these batteries back. And these legs back already. That should be enough. Get the last 21,000 fish. And then we might do something productive. I have the counter on the bar, so it should be alright. And it should be exactly a full line at the end. I have to be careful. I'm faster than I think now, especially that I no longer need to worry about terrain. So nice. But yeah, I should not fly straight into those guys. I think can I survive that? There we go again. I guess we can override that save. Save myself another 150 megabytes. Ooh. So no, I do need to pay attention. If I just look off screen, that is not gonna go well. Actually, maybe the tree farm thing would maybe be interesting. Somehow power your base with a wood-powered steam plant, where you grow the wood sustainably yourself. Of course, it will still create all the pollution. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do the zoom out thing for this one. I think it helps. No, we don't need to do that. Don't kill me, game. Don't kill me. I'm just pre-selecting all the fish for deconstruction. The run is finished. We don't really care too much anymore about integrity. Like the challenge part of the run is finished at least. Of course, making it into a Megabase is still pretty challenging. I think I'm going to not chance doing more of this extreme zoom out stuff. Should have started researching more bot speed for this fishing trip instead of... Yeah, devs are insane. It is so weird how well this game runs, considering how many moving parts there are, right? I mostly got a belt-based base. If I just select the entire base for blueprint, there's like over 200,000 belts in this base. Some of them don't carry stuff anymore, but then there's another 4 planets, right? Here is 50,000 belts. Okay, Gleba has only 5k, it's not too much. I guess Volgora has a lot. No, Volgora also has 12k belts. So, but yeah, Norvis has a lot of belts. And my 10k SPM base had over 500,000 belts. That was absolutely crazy. And all of those were used to transport stuff around. And I could run the game at 60 UPS still, with 500,000 belts. And a couple, like 40 to 50,000 inserters or something like that. And the game would run 60 UPS, not while streaming though. The combination of streaming and running the base was too much. But off stream I could run the base at 63 UPS or something. And I did do some stuff like inserter clocking for furnace stacks. Like for the where the big inserter clocking saves would come from. On a simple level, not the extreme level that guys like Abuck Nasty are going to those lengths. But just some simple inserter clocking for the furnace stacks. But that's all basically I did. The rest I didn't really care too much about UPS optimization, and it just works. I don't know how. I still remember the days when playing like Flash games in browser, where the game just was coded to use 100% CPU power all the time, just in case. And then you got Factorio, which easily runs like thousands of signs per minute megabases with millions of moving parts, really. Just because everything is coded so cleverly. Factorio is proof of how insanely fast modern hardware is, plus how crappy most other software is. And yeah, I think that sums it up quite well. I mean, can you really, like, comprehend on a physical level the difference between, like, megahertz and gigahertz? A million or a billion? 1,000 million? This is both big numbers, really. Yeah, these days it's millions effective signs per minute. Back in my day we didn't have such terms like effective signs per minute. when I was young, effective signs per minute didn't even exist. We had only real signs per minute, physical sign specs which you could take with your hands. Effective signs per minute wasn't even measured. We wouldn't have the luxury of this science progress per minute. Of course we would have productivity modules in the labs, but that was not tracked in the actual numbers. This was just 1800 signs a minute, not 6000. And of course that could be like 600,000 with a appropriate amount of research productivity levels. Maybe not that extreme, but like, there are limits. Like, there are practical limits, right? But still. I probably should more work like one of those old printers. Just going back and forth. And just stopping every time I run out of bots. Because that is when all the bots have a task. ESPM. Bullshit. Bullshit SPM. What do you buy for ESPM? I guess technologies. Vroeger, yeah. It sucks to be old enough to complain about the good old days, man. You see like those old videos like from the old guard on YouTube, like let's say the angry video game nerd. Maybe some of you know him. And then you see that one of those, you see the video was uploaded 16 years ago, and you go, what the actual YouTube doesn't exist that long. Come on, man. Alright, 12k fish in the pocket. You got over 90% of fish. I guess at some point it's like a weapon damage. The cost per tag goes up and the percentage increase goes down. So at some point it just takes too long. Like if you need to add 100 hours of tacking to get another 10% higher stat in your research productivity bonus, it has kinda fallen off, right? I think I'm gonna attempt the laser printer thing one more time. It's too modern. Dot matrix printer, I mean. I haven't checked what the limits. But we can actually grab at least this stuff. So let's change that back, probably for the last time. So deeply hidden. I use it so much, the setting, it's so deeply hidden. Unexpected to see Mike not cheesing charging mechanics. There is no cheesing charging mechanics anymore, mate. Those days are behind us. I couldn't spend this battery power if I really try I could spend this, but I'm just not giving an F, and there is no problem whatsoever. First Factorio fishing stream in the history of the game. I wonder how fast research productivity would fall off in 1000 times science cost here, though. I mean, in relation to other technologies, probably it's the same rate as in default settings with 1 time science cost. I'm actually in the territory of the other landfill chunks. Should not really pick those fish up too much. Maybe I shouldn't care too much. We just need 21,000 fish, man, and then we're happy. Almost there as well. We can always fill the fish farms if we really want to. But realistically, I don't think we're going to be putting landfill here. I think if we are going to do one more enemy push, it's got to be a world peace one. I would prefer to do it the peaceful way, but I'm not sure that is going to be plausible. Like, it's possible, but it's like the execution would be extremely grindy again. Yeah, this is not the Dead World stream, no. I'm a little bit too advanced for that at the moment. We're just enjoying our mech armor, man. How can you really enjoy the mech armor after you first got it? You gotta go fishing, man. That is the true power of the mech armor. Look at that, just floating over the water. Sending out the bots, collecting all the fish. Not giving an F about their charge rates this time, because we've got fission reactors now. Okay, that ought to do it. 19k, 20k. Just we need to fill this line still. Apparently I did manage to spend the battery. Somehow. I guess the zooming out is a bit more effective in sending the bots out beyond a reasonable distance. So peaceful. Okay, give me that 21. Okay, we are there. 21k. Switch off the roboport. We gotta drop some of those guys back in here. Okay, 30 fish. 20. 30. Alright, we got exactly 21,000 fish. Super important, of course. Let's zip our way back to the base. Hey Zasper. What video editing? So I use a crappy one. Don't use mine. I use Shortcut video editor for basically as long as I've been making videos. The reason is stupid. It's not great. It's pretty prone to crashing, although the last updates have made it a bit better. But it does the things I need to do for my videos pretty well. And it had a lot akin to Windows Movie Maker, which I used to use when I was a kid, so that was the reason I started with that. But I would probably, if I had to learn a video editor from scratch, I would probably go with like one of those from which I hear they're pretty good, like DaVinci Resolve or whatever. But yeah, I'm stuck in my old-fashioned ways, so that includes using a Windows Movie Maker lookalike-ish thing. The thing with if I'm making like a long video and long is like 30 minutes, I usually have to like, if I make more than 10 minutes of video, I do a lot of editing on my videos, but if it becomes longer than 10 minutes, basically the more stuff is in your video, the longer each action takes to complete. And around the 10-minute mark, it starts to become like seconds to do a single thing, and you have to wait for that to complete. And usually I just then cut the video right there and continue in a new file with the second part of the video. And then in the end, before the big export, I take all 2 or 3 parts and I just copy paste it all back into the original file and export it from there. If you keep working in a single file, it just gets annoyingly slow, basically. Even slower than my streams. Okay, that should be 100k fish in the lake. Let's grab one. Okay, I got one. So now we should read 99k in the mouse over. 99k fish. We drop the final one ourselves. That shall be called Ben the Fish. It is this one. We can mark a fish. I just recently found it out. This is Ben the Fish now. We can even name him. That is now our marker for home. We officially have found Ben the Fish. And we give him a... And we give the marker a thing. .25 is the max distance. Ben the fish. Alright. He's swimming around here. Now we have identified him among his 100,000 peers. It is very clear which fish is Ben. Is this one? You know, this one probably, or that one. You know, one of these guys. All right. Now we got a proper starting lake with 1,000 times as many fish as in a standard starting lake. Our mission here is complete. We have succeeded this stream. The stream's goal has been... Oh man. You would not eat fish from this lake? Yeah. You can pin... I recently learned that it's better than just pinning something else in your base. I used to pin the spaceship just to know where I'm at. Now we have Ben the fish to look back to, literally. If we're out, we know where the base is because we just need to follow the arrow to Ben the fish. And we will arrive right there at the lab and rocket silo area. How beautiful is that? Right. Now my base is looking complete, man. Look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. Alright, it's time we start researching something else, because this is not representative of our true base's power. What is that? One measly rocket launching plastics up to the Vulcanist ship? Just because we're not using Vulcan or purple signs at the moment. How long is it anyway? 38 minutes. So we gotta start thinking about bringing back Glabin signs. Should we do something useful? You shouldn't do useful stuff on your holiday, should you? Let's delete that. Put back all the batteries. So my running armor is full. The legs can go back in. This armor is pretty empty though. Who thought fishing would be such a draining activity? We don't have 1,000 holy trees now. We have even more. Like mentioned earlier in the series, every tree is a holy tree. We might have 1,000,000 holy trees visible at this point. Every tree is a holy tree because every single tree has been paramount in absorbing the little bit of pollution that it did all game long, so we could actually finish this challenge. It's all thanks to the trees, until we had the laser zoos, the biter zoos of course. From that point on, most of the pollution got absorbed by these biter zoos. Let's see if it's still working. Okay, so I think the big biters died too fast now with the laser damage and shooting speed upgrades. If we get the behemoth though, we should see a circle somewhere. And this guy... There we go. Yeah, okay, that should happen. Then it joins an attack group and the pollution for the behemoth biter is actually spent. And if the pollution is spent, the nest can absorb pollution again, and this stuff will happen. The pollution just gets absorbed. Here it happens as well, but because the pollution is so high and it's the only nest in the area, it's not really visible on this one. It just cannot absorb pollution fast enough. But here we should be pretty good. Yeah, so the behemoths are consistently joining the attack group. The behemoths are the most important. They take the most pollution to get sent to an attack group. Yeah, the big biters all are dying too fast now. So the biter zoos have gotten less effective, but that's alright. Medium biter. The lines tagging the biter base to the nest, it's almost the same like the laser beam. It looks like no single big bite. Okay, one single big biter is joining an attack group. Yeah, the behemoths are still consistent. So what we should do is probably not research more levels of laser damage upgrades. Or we will have to cut down the amount of laser turrets even further. Next video on YouTube Friday. This Friday. I cannot plant trees yet, I don't think. Or did I research that? Did I research that? I think I did research that, didn't I? I needed to research some stuff during the building up of Aquilo. And during that time, we researched fish breeding and the tree seeding. So we could actually do that. Don't really think I want to look at that today, though. This fish looks so dumb. 100,000 fish in the lake. Actually, 20,000 individual black dots swimming around. But there's only one band of fish, and he's not going to space in this playthrough. Alright. Yeah, I really don't think we should be doing anything useful this stream. So, on the way to Prometheium science, are there still non-Glebbon technologies which we want in general? I guess yes. We want to complete probably bot speed 5 and cargo size. Those won't come in handy on the spaceship though. I think the next focus is going to be on getting there's 3 million signs. If we do 2 damage upgrades, it's gonna be even more. Okay, the damage upgrades do not cost Aquilo signs. So that is basically one-shotting Prometheium asteroids, 2 levels of damage upgrades, which makes Railgun package 5 million. I probably want to go for that, because if I design a spaceship around 2-shotting asteroids, it's going to be too large or too much infrastructure for the railgun shells shooting. So we probably want to just balance around 1-shotting asteroids. I don't know, it's probably not such a big difference since area of effect attack and whatever. We need Glabber signs for this one anyway. This is Glabber, this is Glabber, this is Glabber, this is Glabber. We're gonna have a long stint of Glabben signs. I think we'll just switch it on. Basically, is it too early? I think it's still too early. But did we research anyway? We researched the battery, right? I don't really need this much battery in my armor. We're gonna wait upgrading the armor until we get everything, including the fusion reactors, I think. Then we're gonna go absolutely bananas with the Roboport stuff. These house 10 bots and these 25, so we can control 2.5 times the bots compared to here. So if I go with like another line of Roboports, which is possible, then Mark 3 batteries here will have more battery power and more Roboports, and there'll be Mark 2 Roboports. I cannot even count, it's 24. There's a lot of Roboports. 24 times 40. Hey, at least the rare Mark II roboports have a nice round number of robots they can support. It's 40 per roboport. 24 times 40 is 960. Ooh, yeah. There's a lot of bots to command around. I guess we got a large armor, but that is basically this many bots. That might be a bit too extreme. When do you need 1,000 personal construction bots? Okay, we'll figure that out later. So is there still anything else which is not important, which we can do? Did you learn anything interesting from this playthrough? No, not really, nothing at all. It's just another playthrough, not too difficult. All of the stuff I learned will be in the edits. I tried to make my series they're like almost like a crossover between like just trying to be an entertaining series as well as a tutorial at the same time. It's not as much as a tutorial like here's step 1, here's step 2, here's step 3, but I try to pack a lot of like knowledge in there. The knowledge which I gained over the course of the playthrough. And the space platform thing is gonna be quite heavy on that, so apologies if that one is a little bit more like mathematically and schooly than the rest of the series. After that, that should be the most mathematically grounded one, since well, there's just a lot going on with learning asteroid spawn mechanics. How does that work? Well, we'll find out next Friday in the YouTube series, but we somehow built this platform to spawn slightly more than the amount of asteroids we need to make 1000 SPM. That is why it's exactly this size. It's also exactly this shape for a reason. So there's so much stuff. Also, holes and space platform, topological holes, normal holes, not holes, everything will be in that episode. We can think a little bit about what kind of things could we do. So yeah, let's think about that, right? We're gonna go Megabase. Supposedly. Allegedly. Allegedly we're gonna go Megabase. Allegedly is YouTube's new favorite word these days. What do we need for Megabase? Most obvious thing that comes to mind is Prometheium signs. We want 1800 SPM. That means we need a biolab multiplier times 2. Rare biolabs times 2, because 120 seconds. Technology for that research productivity BS. I'm so tempted to either download a mod or just change the code myself in the Lua of my Factorio install to just make it a 60-second technology, man. I don't know. I don't like the. And if there were other researchers which also had this, then it would be fine. But now you just need to double your labs and make half of them not used all the time. That is so annoying. All the attacks are 60 seconds, your entire area is in use, but you need to double it and have half of your labs be out of use all the time because of that one research project. Which is... I don't know. I also want this armor to fly all the time. Is there a mod for that? We're gonna look right now. Is there a mod to fly all the time? Do you know if there's a mod to keep the mech armor flying all the time? Fly. All armors can fly. Okay, that is not what I want. Remove the ability to fly. Robots fly. Jetpack fly. Early mech armor. Alright, let's find mech. Mech armor start, of course. Of course, there's a mech armor start mod. This mod increases the flight speed to match the walking speed. What? Change resistances on inventory related attributes. That sounds close, but it's not exactly. I don't even know if it's possible, because normally you cannot take off the armor when you're flying. Alright, I don't see anything pop up at the moment. Flying doesn't use mech legs. Alright, is there a mod to make you fly as fast as walking on concrete? So maybe it's maybe there is. Mech suit flight speed. This mod increases the flight speed of mech suits to match the walking speed. So I presume it flies faster over concrete. I'm not gonna try that though. Alright. Let's go back into the game. What do you mean Michael on Twitch? I am Michael on Twitch. A bot can take your suit off while you're flying. Oh, it's Colonel Will. Hey, Colonel Will. A bot can take your suit off while you're flying. Yeah, let me figure that out. In map view, I don't have access to your armor. First, we need to be flying. Now I cannot take it off. Can I, like, force a power armor in there or something? Boost a suit into the box, alright. Ghost a suit into a box. Ghost a suit into a box. Oh god. No. We're gonna be reloading that, but yeah, this is not gonna end well. Alright, maybe let's just take the storage chest. Let's fly over water here. Separate network. And use global power network. Because that was easier somehow than just putting a power line there for some reason. Right, I'm flying. There's a box. There's some of both bots in there. Let's empty the rest of my inventory. I'm not reading chat. Yeah, I'm not reading chat. The suit type you're wearing into a box. Your bots are... I guess now I need to have a bot on me. And you die. Alright. That is cool. There you go. I also discovered something today. I will quickly show you guys as well. How to spill stuff on the ground wearing a mech armor. Pretty fun. Right, so I got 2 mech armors. I can pipette tool the armor I'm wearing in here. Basically, I'm gonna get 20 of those inventory things in here. So now this armor, which I'm wearing, has like a lot of extra inventory space. Now I take off this armor. And I delete this from here. But the armor doesn't update its data. It still thinks it has 320 extra inventory slots, but it no longer has that, of course. So now I'm gonna put that into this armor over here. So I just take that out. So now I got 320 extra inventory slots in this armor. Which means I can pick up a nice amount of things. Alright. And now, normally this shouldn't work. I cannot take off my armor because I have too much stuff in there. I cannot take any of these out because I don't have space in here. But because this armor, the last time it was worn, it had 320 extra inventory space. I can still hot swap my armor. So once I do that, we now have 34,000 red chips laying on the floor. So yeah, that's fun. A very specific way to trigger that, but it's still possible. Do that in multiplayer and you get people mad real fast. Can you do that for other people? Oh god, of course you can do that for other people. Oh man, that's a pretty niche tactic to use in like PvP or something. I know there's not a big PvP scene in Factorio, but I guess that would get banned quickly. I figure I found out about this when I tried to do it the other way around. So basically I added a couple extra inventory slots in this armor. And then I wanted to add a little bit of extra inventory in here as well, so I could still hot swap my armors. But the game wouldn't let me do that, because the inventory size bonus didn't update. So I could not hot swap armor despite both of them having the same amount of tool belts. So we just turn that around, and that gets you this result, basically. Go suit to random boxes, their bots will take the suit. Okay. Oh, that is epic. That is actually it's like yeah, you can still do the crafting cube clearing. I know about that stuff. You can also still force stuff down from a spaceship and poop stuff out that way if your landing pad is full. You just need to be sure there's a maximum distance. If something spawns more than a chunk away or needs to spawn more than a chunk away, it despawns. So basically there's a limit. It used to stack in Factorio 1.1. I used that stacking of stuff on the ground to beat a 12x9 map with having all the 3000 rocket parts or so spread on the floor next to the rocket silo, just stacked on top of each other. But that no longer happens. You can see the places where the cliffs were still. If you don't have personal robots, or keep them turned off. So, since we are just messing about this stream anyway, so do Roboport-based bots take off your armor as well, or is it just your own personal bots? It's just your own personal bots, right? I'll put all of these in here. No. They don't try to steal it from me. Guess though the moment I do it myself... Yeah, alright. That is a very fun mechanic. I hope I do get to use that someday. So do you also die if you just hover above a crafting machine? I would imagine the game puts you next to that. Network bots cannot take from your inventory, your own bots can. Alright, yeah. Right. It does kill me. Above a crafting machine. Alright. Ah, interesting. Report as possible grief deemed not to be fixed. Alright. That counted as killing yourself. That's strange, because before I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. I seem to remember though that you used to be able to take off your armor. Flying above water. Maybe that was in a mod or something, like space exploration or whatever. Trying to like be flying at the moment. I thought you could take it off and you would just drop down and then just fly up again. But maybe that's that was with space exploration and jetpack mod or something. So let's quickly fly to Vulcanus. So here I just go on the lava, right? Okay, so now I'm stuck on the lava. So I have stopped flying, I'm standing on the lava, I cannot move because you cannot walk on lava. And after I leave the static, I guess the armor will fly up again. Maybe it was this part. So that is why I was so surprised that you die when taking over the armor above water, because you can clearly stand on the lava without any problem. If you fly into the demolisher range thing. Okay, I can even take my armor off here. I'm just now stuck forever here. So that's weird. Let's go one more time. Yeah, in the static, you get stuck. You can take off the armor. You can even throw it in lava. And now I'm stuck forever. Because I threw my armor in the lava. Alright. So the game can place your body on the tile, obviously then. So that's weird. Okay, so this of course cannot happen in the real game. I bet we can do the same on Norvise if there would be a demolisher there. Before we do the demolisher thing, let's grab some landfill. Okay, so this probably won't work. I guess. Okay, if the bot deconstructs this, the engineer will just fly up again. I know, the bots just wait for deconstructing that. There's probably some edge case where you can kill yourself like this too. Maybe, maybe not. Now let's bring over our friend the demolisher. See if we can actually land on the water here. It's gonna be a little bit angry. Okay, so now we can go here. In the static. I need to wait for that guy to go away. The static area is not big enough. Okay, I have landed in the static. I can take off my armor. We can land on the water. And I'm not dying. So it's weird that you die then. I guess it's probably an unexpected edge case or something and the game just decides you die. And this was accounted for because demolishers are supposed to do this. You won't see my biggest inventory dump on the floor ever. I mean... it technically cannot be bigger than 2x2 chunks, right? Can it be bigger than 2x2 chunks? If it's bigger than 2x2 chunks, I want to see it. But as far as I know, that was the maximum. But yeah, weird. So we are on the water. Can I place landfill under me? I can. I cannot deconstruct the landfill under me, though. Alright. Oh, it's bigger. Okay, I'm just going to click that in the side.
Yeah,
sure. Whatever. It's not even in the bot network.
I can feel that from across the map.
Wait, that is weird.
That's about a third of it. I'll go get the rest.
No, please deliver it by train.
Ah, right. This is Factorio 1.1, right? This must be Factorio 1.1. It worked different there, yeah. Pretty cool though. I don't have a clip from it, but yeah, with the 12x9 map, there was no maximum limit and things could stack on top of each other because my map was 12x9. It filled the floor, and then all of the other things were just to illustrate. Where is the cargo bay? Who built this base? Let's say this was the entire map, which is now in the picture. So the entire map was full, and the rest was just stacked on top of one of those tiles. Like there would be hundreds to thousands of items on one single tile stacked on top of each other. Blue chips, LDSs, rocket fuel, all at the same time in one tile. And you could pick them up from there. And that is how you can launch a rocket even on 11x9. Yeah, it did change now. So this is the maximum distance. I can show you right now. I can do the weird armor thing again. So how did it work again? Plop those in there, wear it. We're wearing it, so the armor is updated. You take it off. Now it's here. Take it here. Grab these things in here. Grab a lot of stuff. Alright, so what do I have now? I have over 95,000 chips in there. So 95,800. Let's make that 96,000. 96,000. Exactly 96,000. Alright. Yeah, so here's the 2-chunk limit. Let me actually go stand somewhere where I can stand exactly on the chunk border. Let's go here. Okay, so we're standing on this north-south. So it will spawn until this north and until this south and about halfway this chunk and halfway this chunk. That is how far out it will go. The rest will despawn. How did I mess this up? I wore it again. I wore it again to... Wait, what? No, it cannot be. Did I do something different this time? Alright. One more time. Put it in there. Change the armor. Take it out of there. Now we put it in here. Now we grab the stuff. I might have did something else to update it or something. So now we'll just walk slowly. We'll use the chunk meter. We'll stand over here this time. So there we go. There was 96,000 chips or so. On the floor lay 34,000. And in my inventory now, I've got 32,000. So 32,000 and 34 is 68. Which means I just lost like 28,000 uncommon red chips. So there was a change here between Factorio 1.1 and yeah, apparently in Factorio 1.1 there was no maximum limit in which stuff could fall on the floor. And if there was no space, it would just stack on top of each other. But now there's just a 2-chunk limit and the rest despawns. I actually used that to carry stuff on my spaceships more than you can. So in order to overload this, you could just launch more rockets up manually before it is full, but the rocket would contain more than would fit in here, and then the rest just goes on the ground on the spaceship. But you gotta be careful to not exceed the 2-chunk limit, because that is the limit, I suppose. Took 30 minutes to pick up all that steel, right? Oh man. Yeah, that was a fun clip though. But you really wouldn't expect how many items there are, right? It's It's like 4 chunks and there's like 30,000 items laying there. So I can only imagine how much stuff that must have been. Probably like over 1 million steel or something in that neighborhood. Alright, let's load once more. Well, not really. That's my weakness. I cannot just do nothing and progress time because I get sidetracked and will end up going in editor mode 6,000 times and trying other different things which warrant reloads. And in the end, we are still half an hour away from the next technology. Just like we were before. We're gonna start up Gleben Science though. And after doing that, we'll... I think we'll end for today. So let's bring the Gleben ship back home. It goes back to its regular schedule. We are gonna request the signs again. And the fuel cells from Novis. And then on Gleba, we just flick the switch. Science has been producing all along. Just it was going to go into the trash chest where it slowly rotted away. And was fed back into the heat system of the nuclear plant. Fish-powered nuclear plant, of course. But now it's going back in the rocket silos, and by the time the ship gets back from Novis, the science should be ready. I'm still feeding science out of there. I guess I should stop doing that. All of these are. Alright. Yeah, we basically got to automate this better, but since I only needed to switch this like 2 times over the course of the entire playthrough, we didn't, basically. If we're going Megabase though, we are going to properly do things like a real Factorio Pro. We're not going to keep hand feeding and not having logistics network. At some point we're gonna have automation and malls and whatnot. Yeah, I want to try the space casino before it disappears, just to see how it works. I think it's gonna be madly powerful. I think we're a little bit early on the Gleben Science. As long as it arrives. It's only fresh for 1 hour though. It's not great. So maybe we'll just empty it out on Novis a little bit. But we are requesting down like 2 flights. There's 1 more in transit, 1 more being loaded. There's 4 decay signs. It's 20 minutes or so of production, so perhaps we are on the right track anyway. It is the switching to Gleben Science is always a little bit time sensitive with this in this way. 1000 times everything costs? No. There's a reason automation costs only 10 science packs, regardless of your multiplier. Because if you didn't, you would have to handcraft 10,000 red science, which, okay, but you also need to handcraft 1,000 labs worth of resources into a lab then. Which basically is the same thing. Yeah, we are auto-trashing it at the end of the labs already, slowly though, slowly. But just putting it in a chest and stashing it. So we can heat up our canteen. It's nice and warm in the spaceship now with this heat pipe leading in. I think the starter lake looks much better though now. Right? Hey Odium. Thanks for the subscription again. Hey, I make malls all the time, you know, just not in this playthrough. Didn't you see my beautiful mall in the Ultimate Death World challenge? think I did make a mole in the 10,000 times science cosplay. Yeah, for sure. I don't actually remember, but we definitely did do that because we built everything by bots there. It was a giant map, man. The bots just flew from the center all over the place. It took them 20-30 minutes just to get there, but it was fine. 10,000 SPM, hundreds of hours of playtime, so it doesn't really matter that the bots take 20 minutes to build stuff, as long as it was safe, and it was because we had automated Spidertron cleanup. You missed a bunch, you only missed this, basically. We got the mech armor, and then we used the capacities, the unique capacities of the mech armor to the fullest by flying over all the lakes and taking all the fish. All the fish. You didn't see that. All the fish. It's gone, except in the fish farms, of course. So we basically collected 100,000 fish again. And one of them is Ben. We find out we can tag a fish. So he's now swimming freely. And we know which one is which. And we definitely did not just click a random one. Right, how's it going? Yeah, I already thought so, I missed the moment. Wait, what? Ship is back too early. Oh yeah, the ship was back too early, it appears. That's alright, the startup is always a little bit messy. It will be alright though. So now what should happen is all these should fill up completely before the ship is back again. It's my own fault. I sent the ship away first, and then I waited a bunch, and then I started collecting signs in the rockets. You're supposed to start collecting signs the moment it's even still waiting in orbit here. Okay, so that's the first 10k signs on board. It has to be 69% fresh to maintain maximum signs. We've got 21 minutes, so we should be alright. It had to happen, yes. And we finally had time to do it. We finally could find a moment where the brutal science space of this playthrough was not pressing us into just building base and designing stuff with every moment of time we had. We finally have time to relax and go on a relaxing fishing holiday. Because we can do this now. And it's so nice. If only we had this when we built up this over here. But oh well, you can't have everything. Okay, we're gonna monitor that 11 sciencey stuff a little bit. 20 minutes still. It's not great. Okay, the science is on the way. Here it comes. Question is, should I let it go, or should I delete that? I think I have to take the first load of science out of there. I'm gonna do that. That should soften the curve a little. Because we don't want to ruin our graph. 5904 is what it should be. We have a tiny bump, which probably had something to do with the 30-second instead of 60-second per science spec technologies. We're going back to 60-second now, though, so presumably we're going to get a negative bump now, which evens out to 54. I guess we could recycle those science packs to make them 100% fresh, actually. Yeah, actually, maybe we should do that. I think we, I switched on too early. I guess the next science ship is already being loaded. Something is off. Is my ship just too fast? I guess the ship cannot be too fast because we're only producing science at slightly higher pace than we need to. I'm just going to recycle the science into fresh science without quality. Oh, it does not make it 100% fresh. Okay. Alright, in that case we don't need to do that. I thought that would work. Then we'll just do the stuff the last laps with the stuff, and that'll hopefully be enough. Okay, here comes the next Glevin science. That should probably be in time. I switched too early, man. Switched too early. It just looks like we're so close, but it's 1000 times science cost, man. It's still like 16 minutes away. With quality. Don't really want to make quality science packs. Just for the stats screen, it will clog up everything. I'm not really sure how to approach this. The science on the belt has to be fresh enough. Alright. It has to be done to keep the science graph fresh. Because technically I could just stand here. Again on the way to Novice. "53 minutes. How much minutes is 69% fresh?" "41.5 minutes, basically. The science is 41.5. This is 53.5. And we have 13 minutes to go. So I have to take this load, and then the next load will be fresh enough to not cause trouble. Yeah, the inserter speed is biting me in the behind. It's not only the basically the slow inserter speed is unable to fork in enough signs if the freshness is below 66% or something like that. So I'm just gonna grab one more load of signs out of there. Alright. We'll let it rot. And this is the moment where I should have been switching on signs, not before. Okay, grabbing all of that signs, which escaped onto the belt. Okay, now we can empty the lab, because this science is rotting already. Alright, and then from the next science pack load on, we should be alright. This should go as well. You can already see this behavior happening. It's alright, because now we're doing a 30-second per science pack technology. But with 60-second science pack technologies, this is not going to happen, except with Gleben science if it's under 66% fresh or something like that. So that is why we're taking out everything. Probably should be smarter about this. Start from the back, so the labs don't get filled again. Yeah, all of this is unnecessary, except for my annoying desire to keep the science graph looking alright. I guess I can also just grab stuff here. Alright. Okay, now we're on the way to Novice with science that is fresh enough, so it should not lead to trouble. 54 minutes, 44 minutes. 44 minutes is more than 42 or something. Yeah, we could still grab that load as well. No, we don't need to. I think we'll be fine. We can save in case it goes wrong. I think that should be alright. Don't start Gleb too early. I guess if we go Megabase, fixing Glebin signs with a proper system is going to be on the list of things to do. For now though, I just need to empty out the labs one final time. Preferably before the next science pack comes in. We're just going to be standing by with the not fresh science packs, and yeah, you can see it's 67%. That's not fresh enough already. 8 more minutes. We're already... Okay, there's the science coming. So this is fresh science coming into the labs right now. Here we go. So 85%. It's close, but that should not lead to trouble. If it does, we can compensate with this. I think this should still work, actually. It does not need to be so extreme. Let's do that. I'm confident now science will continue at the desired pace. And we shall keep a flat science graph. All of that for that. Yeah, I told you, we're not going to do anything useful today, so I can indulge in my stupid tendencies to worry way too much about stuff like that. Thanks, Narudin, for the 8 month of Prime subscriptions. I think all the signs will be fine. Also the signs on the belt will be fine. The most spoiled signs will stay in the labs. We are slowly refreshing the signs on the belt, so that speaks to our advantage as well. I think we will be fine. Alright. Let's continue our list of things to do to get Prometheium signs, which we started 2 hours ago. Guess we got sidetracked again. So we need to double the labs in order to be able to consume the signs. What do we even need to do to make the signs? I have never made an honest science pack of Prometheium signs in my life. Oh boy. I forgot about the middle part. I knew about the Bitarex and the Prometheium asteroid chunks. I forgot about the quantum processors. Looks like we need 180 quantum processors per minute. Okay, that is going to require a new set of infrastructure on every planet, because every planet is tailor-made to produce 1800 SPM and nothing else, as per the challenge goals for this original run. We don't have any overproduction of any of these things. So we'll need to set up a dedicated production facility for all of that. It's probably not too hard. We might be able to... I should check the numbers. We might be able to just leech off of the resource supply coming in and make the extra ones from those resources. I know we have like 12 trains, but we need only like 11, if I remember correctly. So we should have a full train coming in. With stuff to turn into like, what, 90 or 100 extra superconductors? That should be possible. We might just be able to plant another speed beacon next to it, some extra inserters, and get away with it. Vulcanus needs those triangle things. We're already doing extra quality triangle stuff. I think we can also leech off the tungsten belts. We have a capacity of 8 belts coming in. We need only like 6.5, so we also should be able to just grab some tungsten. And maybe we can just leech off of the existing science packs. We can, worst case, this is all designed around Productivity Module Mark II, because that is what I thought would be our maximum module at the time we were on Vulcanus. Now we have Mark III productivities. So even if I just put those in the science pack machines, that will up the productivity level of the science pack, which means we will consume less of resources to make these things, which means we can leech triangles off of here without going below 1800 SPM probably. Right, what else is in the quantum processors? I think the Fulgora part is going to be the trickiest, since Fulgora is the only planet which was designed with Productivity Module Mark III in mind. Yeah, lithium plate is not going to be a big deal. That's like milli plates of holmium. Tungsten is not going to be a big deal. Blue chips is not going to be a big deal. We'll be importing those anyway. We're destroying more blue chips than we know what to do with on Fulgora, so we can just use those. So these two are not problems, and these two are likely not problems. So we have to check, we'll have to thoroughly check superconductors and carbon fiber. That is carbon. Carbon is made from spoilage. Spoilage we have in abundance. And then the Yumako mesh, I'm pretty sure we can also just leech that off of the Glebin supply. We're already kind of doing that, right? We're making quality carbon fiber. So we're already making about 36 a minute, just from trying to get the quality ones. Okay, so how much do we really need then? I haven't paid attention to Glebin science anymore. Just quickly look how it's looking. 73%. Oh yeah, we are above 69%. Nice. We are not looking at that one. Okay, that is extra. So why are these not fresh then, I wonder? 68, 68, 73. Alright, we'll just quickly grab these one more time. That will put fresh new ones in there. I guess it's fine though. The ones in the labs don't matter. They are already inserted. And the ones on the belt are fresh enough. So yeah, I don't even need to do this. I'm doing it anyway because I'm not entirely sure I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this. 99%, 1 minute to go. I think we're gonna be fine. We're gonna see a little dip, but that's because of the change to a 60-second per science pack technology. Oh, hey, John. Fish was the only idiotic process. No comment. Everything is ready, right? So this uses everything except military science. Military science is fully backed up. 1.7 million waiting in the chests. I guess that's good enough with the biolab boost. times 2 times, what was the gain? 64%. As, yeah, and then times, at least times 2, probably more, 2 point something. I think we can research about 12 million military science worth of technology. As is expected, that's because space science is missing. And now all the science has to be redistributed to all of the labs. Red science is missing. That's fine. We have artificially throttled all the sciences to 1800 SPM by bringing it onto a red belt. So as long as the belt keeps flowing, we should be, on average, doing the full 1800 SPM, and the belt does keep flowing. Right, so now the entire base is going to switch on again, save for military science on Novice. Which is interesting, because that means Vulcanus is going to go into full power again. Aquilo is going to go into full power again. Okay, we're already back, it looks like. The graph is horizontal. Element science is being inserted fast enough. You can see the working light just for 1 or 2 ticks it blinks on waiting for source items. That is good. That is what we want. So I guess we made it. And we don't need to insert all that other science. I guess we could, but that would just queue up the Gleben science further, so we don't really want to do that. Alright then. So I guess we clear this out. Hey, I don't have enough inventory space. No problem. That was a great idea to make these things. Still no. Who cares? Alright, those chests are empty. Oh, sorry, Johnny's. Let's just... This will spoil anyway, so let's just throw that in there. I'm not sure we have done anything with this just yet. Okay. Well, even up to 5950 to compensate, I suppose. Okay, 10-hour graph still says 5904, so I think we are good. Yeah, we have today we have we spent the first 540 hours making all the science packs except for Prometheium science at 1000 times science cost rate, and today we have finally done the final step of making also the starter lake consist of 1000 times the starter resources. 100,000 fish exactly in the starter lake. Good progress, even though if I say so myself. Pretty proud of that. I guess we can actually hover above our spaceship now, which is nicely heated. Right, good stuff. That means less than 3 hours until we can like upgrade our full armor with end game stuff. We need to figure out what we want. We might need to grab some more stuff from Vulcanus and the other planets and make some more rare quantum processors to make the fusion reactors. There's going to be a major power upgrade. They do like 4 megawatts instead of 1.2. So they are over 3 times as powerful in terms of power generation. Alright. I'm just going to switch to the other armor. Ben, the fish was 69 meters away. Come on, Ben. You can do better. There you go, 69 meters away. Nice. Okay, that's enough for the stream, okay? It's been enough. This is getting out of hand. Let's save here. End of stream save. 1000 times fish cost complete. There you go. A whole science pack, a whole fish pack done in one single stream. What do you think about that? That is some peak efficiency right there. Alright. That's gonna be it for today. Thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good time on Factorio's first fishing stream in history, probably. No one ever has dared to do a stream entirely devoted to fishing in Factorio. You didn't know it existed, now you do. Thanks for hanging out, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.